and spreads his teaching without talking. He denies nothing to the teeming things. He rears them but lays no claim to them. He does his work but sets no store by it. He accomplishes his task but does not dwell upon it. And yet it is just because he does not dwell on it that nobody can ever take it away from him. As always manifest, we should look at its outer aspects. These two flow from the same source, though differently named, and both are called mysteries. The mystery of mysteries is the door of all ourselves. By not exalting the talented, you will cause the people to cease from rivalry and contention. By not prizing goods hard to get, you will cause the people to cease from robbing and stealing. By not displaying what is desirable, you will cause the people's hearts to remain undisturbed. Therefore, the sage's way of governing begins by a dare the heart of desires, filling the belly with food, weakening the ambitions, toughening the bones. In this way, he will cause the people to remain with all knowledge and without desire, and prevent the knowing ones from any ado. Practice not ado, and everything will be in order. The tower is like an empty bowl, which in being used can never be filled with fathomless. It seems to be the origin of all things. It blunts all sharp edges. It unties all tangles. It harmonizes all lights. It unites the world into one home hidden in the deeps. Yet it seems to exist forever. I do not know whose child it is. It seems to be the common ancestor of all, the father of things. Heaven and earth is not sentimental. It treats all things as straw dogs. The sage is not sentimental. He treats all his people as straw dogs. Between heaven and earth, there seems to be a barrels. It is empty, and yet it is inexhaustible. The more it works, the more comes out of it. No amount of words can fathom it. Better look for it within you. The spirit of the fountain dies not. It is called the mysterious feminine. The doorway of the mysterious feminine is called the root of heaven and earth. Impossible. It is only a hint of existence, and yet when you draw upon it, it is inexhaustible. Heaven lasts long, and earth abides. What is the secret of their durability? Is it not because they do not live for themselves that they do live so long? Therefore, the sage wants to remain behind, but finds himself at the head of others, reckons himself out, but finds himself safe and secure. Is it not because he is selfless that his self is realized? This form of goodness is my water. can be talked about, but not the eternal time. Names can be named, but not the eternal name. As the origin of heaven and earth, it is nameless. As the mother of all things, it is nameable. So, as ever hidden, we should look at its inner essence. When all the world recognizes beauty as beauty, this in itself is ugliness. When all the world recognizes good as good, this in itself is evil.
Indeed, the hidden and the manifest give birth to each other. Difficult and easy complement each other. Long and short exhibit each other. High and low set measure to each other. Voice and sound harmonize each other. Back and front follow each other. Therefore, the sage manages his affairs without ado and spreads his teaching without talking. He denies nothing to the team in things he rears them, but lays no claim to them. He does his work but sets no store by it. He accomplishes his task but does not dwell upon it. And yet it is just because he does not dwell on it that nobody can ever take it away from him.
As always manifest, we should look at its outer aspects. These two flow from the same source, though differently named, and both are called mysteries. The mystery of mysteries is the door of all essence.
By not exalting the talented, he will cause the people to cease from rivalry and contention. By not prizing goods hard to get, you will cause the people to cease from robbing and stealing. By not displaying what is desirable, you will cause the people's hearts to remain undisturbed. Therefore, the sage's way of governing begins by emptying the heart of desires, filling the belly with food, weakening the ambitions, toughening the bones. In this way, he will cause the people to remain without knowledge and without desire, and prevent the knowing ones from any ador. Practice none of those, and everything will be in order.
The Tao is like an empty bowl, which in being used can never be filled up fathomless. It seems to be the origin of all things. It runs so sharp as ease, it unties all tangles, it harmonizes all it hurts. It unites the world as people as straw doors. Between heaven and earth, there seems to be a bellows. It is empty, and yet it is inexhaustible. The more it works, the more comes out of it. No amount of words can fathom it. Better look for it within you. The spirit of the fountain dies anon. It is called the mysterious feminine. The doorway of the mysterious feminine is called the roller taverander, lingering like gossamer. It is only a hint of existence, and yet when you draw upon it, it is Heaven lasts long and earth abides. What is the secret of their durability? Is it not because they do not live for themselves that they can live so long? Therefore the sight wants to remain behind, but finds himself at the head of others, reckons himself out, but finds himself safe and secure. Is it not because he is selfless that his self is realized? The highest form of goodness is like water. Water knows how to benefit. It moves without strife or care. It stays in place, is loved by all men. Therefore, it comes near the tower. In choosing your dwelling, you know how to keep to the ground. Tao can be talked about, but not the eternal Tao. Names can be named, but not the eternal name. As the origin of heaven and earth, it is nameless. As the mother of all things, it is nameable. So, as ever hidden, we should look at its inner essence. When all the world recognizes beauty as beauty, this in itself is ugliness. When all the world recognizes good as good, this in itself is evil. Indeed, the hidden and the manifest give birth to each other. Difficult and easy complement each other. Long and short exhibit each other. High and low set measure to each other. Voice and sound harmonize each other. Back and front follow each other. Therefore the sage manages his affairs without a doubt, and spreads his teaching without talking. He denies nothing to the teeming things. He rears them but lays no claim to them. He does his work but sets no store by it. He accomplishes his task but does not dwell upon it. And yet it is just because he does not dwell on it The mystery of mysteries is the door of all essence. By not exalting the talent, you will cause the people to cease from rivalry and contention. By not prizing goods hard to get, you will cause the people to cease from robbing and stealing. By not displaying what is desirable, you will cause the people's hearts to remain undisturbed. Therefore, the sage's way of governing begins by emptying the heart of desires, filling the belly with food, weakening the ambitions, toughening the bones. In this way, he will cause the people to remain without knowledge and without desire, and prevent the knowing ones from any ado. Practice wanna and everything will be in order. The town is like an empty bowl, which in being used can never be filled up fathomless. It seems to be the origin of all things. It blunts all sharp edges, it unties all tangles, it harmonizes all lights, it unites the world into an whole hidden within the deeps. Yet it seems to exist forever. I do not know whose child it is. It seems to be the common ancestor of all, the father of things. Heaven and earth is not sentimental. It treats all things as strong dogs. The sage is not sentimental. He treats all his people as strong dogs. Between heaven and earth, there seems to be a balance. It is empty, and yet it burns inexhaustible. The more it works, the more comes out of it. No amount of words can feather it. Better look for it within you. Spirit of the fountain dies not. It is called the mysterious feminine. The dark way of the mysterious of heaven and earth, lingering like gossamer. It has only a hint of existence, and yet when you draw upon it, it is inexhaustible. Talk can be talked about, but not the eternal tale. Names can be named, but not the eternal. origin of heaven and earth, it is nameless. As the mother of all things, it is nameable. So as ever hidden, we should look at its inner essence.
When all the world recognizes beauty as beauty, this in itself is ugliness. When all the world recognizes good as good, this in itself is evil.
Indeed, the hidden and the manifest give birth to each other. Difficult and easy complement each other. Long and short exhibit each other. High and low set measure to each other. Voice and sound harmonize each other. Back and front follow each other. Therefore, the sage manages his affairs without ado and spreads his teaching without talking. He denies nothing to the teeming things. He rears them but lays no claim to them. He does his work but sets no store by it. He accomplishes his task but does not dwell upon it. And yet, it is just because he does not dwell on it that nobody can ever take it away from him. As always manifest, we should look at its outer aspects. These two flow from the same source, though differently named, and both are called mysteries. The mystery of mysteries is the dawnless By not exalting the talented, you will cause the people to cease from rivalry and contention. By not prizing goods hard to get, you will cause the people to cease from robbing and stealing. By not displaying what is desirable, you will cause the people's hearts to remain undisturbed. Therefore, the sage's way of governing begins by emptying the heart of desires, filling the belly with food, weakening the ambitions, toughening the bones. In this way, he will cause the people to remain without knowledge and desire, and prevent the knowing ones from any ado. Practice non-ado, and everything will be in order.
There's always like an empty bowl, which in being used can never be filled unless it seems to be the origin of all things. It blunts all short edges, is blood ties all tangles, is harmonizes all lives. It unites the world into one whole head in the deeps, and it seems to exist forever.
I do not know whose child it is. It seems to be the common ancestor of all, the father of things. origin of heaven and earth, it is nameless. As the mother of all things, it is nameable. So, as ever hidden, we should look at its inner essence. When all the world recognizes beauty as beauty, this in itself is ugliness. When all the world recognizes good as good, this in itself is evil. Indeed, the hidden and the manifest give birth to each other. Difficult and easy complement each other. Long and short exhibit each other. High and low set measure to each other. Voice and sound harmonize each other. Back and front follow each other. Therefore, the sage manages his affairs without ado and spreads his teaching without talking. He denies nothing to the teeming things. He rears them, but lays no claim to them. He does his work, but sets no store by it. He accomplishes his task, but does not dwell upon it. And yet, it is just because he does not dwell on it that nobody can ever take it away from him. As always manifest, we should look at its outer aspects. These two flow from the same source, though differently named, and both are called mysteries. The mystery of mysteries is the door of all essence. Tao can be talked about, but not the eternal Tao. Names can be named, but not the eternal name. As the origin of heaven and earth, it is nameless. As the mother of all things, it is nameable. So as ever hidden, we should look at its inner essence. When all the world recognizes beauty as beauty, this in itself is ugliness. When all the world recognizes good as good, this in itself is evil. Indeed, the hidden and the manifest give birth to each other. Difficult and easy complement each other. Long and short exhibit each other. High and low set measure to each other. Voice and sound harmonize each other. Back and front follow each other. Therefore, the sage manages his affairs without ado and spreads his teaching without talking. He denies nothing to the teeming things. He rears them but lays no claim to them. He does his work but sets no store by it. He accomplishes his task but does not dwell upon it. And yet, it is just because he does not dwell on it that nobody can ever take it away from him. As always manifest, we should look at its outer aspects. These two flow from the same source, though differently named, and both are called mysteries. The mystery of mysteries is the door of all essence. By not exalting the talented, you will cause the people to cease from rivalry and contention. By not prizing goods hard to get, you will cause the people to cease from robbing and stealing. By not displaying what is desirable, you will cause the people's hearts to remain undisturbed. Therefore, the sage's way of governing begins by emptying the heart of desire. like an empty bowl, which in being used can never be filled up fathomless. It seems to be the origin of all things. It blunts all sharp edges. It unties all tangles. It harmonizes all lights. It unites the world into one whole hidden in the deeps. Yet it seems to exist forever. I do not know whose child it is. It seems to be the common ancestor of all, the father of things. Heaven and earth is not sentimental. It treats all forms as stardust. The sage is not sentimental. He treats all his people as stardust between heaven and earth. There seems to be a balance. It is empty, and yet it is an exhauster. The more it works, the more comes out of it. No amount of words can fathom it. The spirit of the fountain dies not. It is called the mysterious feminine. The doorway of the mysterious feminine is called the root of heaven and earth. Lingering like gossamer, it is only a hint of existence. And yet, when you draw upon it, it is inexhaustible. Heaven lasts long and ever abides. What is the secret of their durability? Is it not because they do not live for themselves that they can live so long? Therefore the sage wants to remain behind, but finds himself at the head of others, reckons himself out, but finds himself safe and secure. Is it not because he is selfless that his self is the highest form of goodness is like water. Water knows how to benefit all things without striving with them. It stays in places loathed by all men. Therefore, it comes near the Tao. In choosing your dwelling, know how to keep to the ground. In cultivating your mind, know how to dive in the hidden deeps. In dealing with others, know how to be gentle and kind. In speaking, know how to keep your words. In governing, know how to maintain order. In transacting business, know how to be efficient. In making a move, know how to choose the right orbit. If you do not strive with others, you will be free from blame.
As for holding to fullness, far better were it to stop it in time. Keep on beating and sharpening a sword, and the edge cannot be preserved for long. Fill your house with pride and tame, and it can no longer be guarded, set store by your riches and honor, and you will only reap a crop of calamities. Here is the
can be talked about, but not the eternal town. Names can be named, but not the eternal name. As the origin of heaven and earth, it is nameless. As the mother of all things, it is nameable. So as ever hidden, we should look at its inner essence. When all the world recognizes beauty as beauty, this in itself is ugliness. When all the world recognizes good as good, this in itself is evil. Indeed, the hidden and the manifest give birth to each other. Difficult and easy complement each other. Long and short exhibit each other. High and low set to measure to each other. Voice and sound harmonize each other. Back and front follow each other. Therefore, the sage manages his affairs without ado and spreads his teaching without talking. He denies nothing to the teeming things. He rears them but lays no claim to them. He does his work but sets no store by it. He accomplishes his task but does not dwell upon it. And yet, it is just because he does not dwell on it that nobody can ever take it away from him. As always manifest, we should look at its outer aspects. These two flow from the same source, though differently named, and both are called mysteries. The mystery of mysteries is the door of all essence. By not exalting the talented, you will cause the people to cease from rivalry and contention. By not prizing goods hard to get, you will cause the people to cease from robbing and stealing. By not displaying what is desirable, you will cause the people's hearts to remain undisturbed. Therefore, the sage's way of governing begins by emptying the heart of desires, filling the belly with food, weakening the ambitions, toughening the bone.
fast electrical motors on them because at first anything electric, you don't gotta insure it, you don't gotta register it, and so these kids are running around on these electric quads that are going faster than cars. It's crazy, crazy.
I mean, we used to do that when I worked on the golf course. We would take out the governor on the golf carts, and we'd be going so fast over those mounds and shit.
Which golf course?
That doesn't matter.
Oh. How old were you?
That doesn't matter either. I was young. I did greenskeeping and I was a caddy. Two different golf courses.
I know what happens on the golf course stays on the golf course. That's what
I saw a girl. She delivers. She's like the golf course bartender. You might have seen her on Instagram, and it's a black girl. Yeah, you seen her, right? She look good too, and she be flirting with him, and they be giving her $100 tips. Like, keep the change.
I can tell you, I worked at a golf course recently. I haven't been there in about 3 years. But I'd never worked at one before as a bartender. And then they started, I was just like through a temp agency, and then they started like requesting me, and it's really far. Obama's a member of it and what have you. But them I learned a whole new culture just hanging out over there. I mean, people talk about, power lunches or power breakfast, but a lot of deals that decide the world, everybody's fate in the world, happens at those golf courses.
Ben spoke about that, and I don't know. I got a homeboy, well, he's younger than me. When I used to tour, he kind of came up under me. He always shouts me out, and he loved golf because he knew that a lot of the players in the touring industry, like they off in the city, they would go play golf, and I'm not playing no golf. But he stuck at it. He got good. And he told me, he does meet some interesting people, and interesting conversations. A young black brother on the golf course. But I remember when everybody's like, I want to go play golf. Like, that's where the deals are made. It was a thing in the music biz for I'd say around 2003 to like 2007. Everybody wanted to play golf.
Now it's pickleball.
I want to play. I'm not gonna. All right. So here's one more New York thing.
I don't even know what pickleball is. What is it?
It's kind of like a mix between It's a mix between squash and tennis.
It's a mix between.
The
racket ain't that heavy.
Full size ping pong.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, that's a good description.
Stand up ping pong.
So we had a Toys R Us in Brooklyn, down by King's Plaza. It's been abandoned for about 10 years now.
Wait, I remember that.
Okay, so Stephon Moore bought it, and he's turning it to an athletic facility. And guess what? They're gonna have basketball and other sports for the kids to have somewhere to go. So it's not too far from me. I want to play pickleball.
Yeah, my LA Fitness just got pickleball courts. It took out all the boxing and put pickleball and Pilates. So I might start playing now that I can just do it. The Pilates.
So it requires a tennis court?
It requires a court.
It's smaller than a tennis court.
Yeah, so it's
play
like
pickleball.
it's
on
like
a tennis.
ping pong, but full size, like a full size net. That's the best way to really picture it. It's not as big as.
Yeah,
but
Google it.
The problem is they're kicking them off of New York City playgrounds and courts because they make so much noise. So that's the problem that people are having. So they have put up signs in New York City parks where they have like, not tennis, but like a blacktop. Maybe people playing basketball, whatever. They say no pickleball allowed because people complain.
Really?
It's
I
fucking
thought you
noisy
control
as
it.
hell. No.
What? The hitting of the ball or the people yelling?
No, they get fucked up while they're playing. It's like golf. Like in DC, there's this like White Haven. It's called Kraken. I'd never go in there. It's white people doing roller derby and it's pickleball in the middle. It's called cracking rink in courts or something.
Where is it?
It's all these white people all the time playing pickleball and roller skating, and they're drunk as hell.
Wait, I'm
It's
in
the
DC. Where is that?
It's in it's by the Alamo on Bryant Street. It's in Northeast.
Oh, Northeast. Oh yeah, I don't go there.
Oh wow, yeah. But yeah, it's up there, so that's where a lot of people
wait.
at, man. The first time I went there, I felt like I was not in DC. I was like, this is a new environment. It was
But wait, spirituals, I can't wait. They're making noise. What do you mean? The sound of
Dude,
hitting the
have you ever
ball, or
heard?
they're just
It's
explain.
it's like so you know like racquetball and handball and all that. Like
Yeah.
it makes that noise, right?
oh,
So imagine they have a court right outside your fucking apartment and people are doing this all day. Drive you
Right.
fucking insane. So
Okay.
yeah, fuck pickleball, fuck golf.
He's a miserable New Yorker. I'm gonna find pickleball right next to where you stay, and I'm bring the whole hood. We're gonna play pickleball.
no. I'm trying to
And sorry,
find
real quick. Sorry to those people that live in that part of town, but fuck Northeast too.
I don't
No,
live over
that's-
there. I got a Somali joint over there.
That's what I'm saying. What is going on? Why would we gonna be fuck Northeast?
Somali food?
No.
No, I'm.
Yeah, well,
That's the thing. We don't really have many Somalis these days. It's Ethiopian. But
But
they
it's not
mix it,
food.
though. They
but he eating.
definitely. But Divine, they're drinking them seltzers and all this vodka soda while they're playing, and they're loud and rambunctious. Like imagine like niggas hooping and talking shit, but white people that are drunk doing it, playing pickleball. That's what it sounds.
That sounds It's
Oh,
really
no, Deep. No, stay away from Lobby Bar now, Deep. After it was you don't go to Northeast. Don't go to Southeast either. Then no Eastern.
Looks like the Amazon warehouse is close.
Devon, are you there?
Hey, what's up, brother?
What's going on with you, man? Something's up. What's going on?
What? What you talking about? What happened?
I was talking about the golf course. And then you mentioned the chick who serves the drinks, right? And all you said was, oh, she looked good. You couldn't spend another 30 seconds, 45 seconds on how fine that lady is. What's wrong with you, brother?
Oh yeah. We need to go back to that point. Yeah.
Yeah, what's that? That was yo, man, I don't know what's going on, man. Oh, man. Oh, man, Divine.
I'm losing it.
Oh,
I'm
my
losing
God.
it.
He was like, oh, yeah, she looked good, too. Look good. I had to come out of the pool, bro. I had the clubhouse playing on the pool speaker on the Bluetooth. I got out of the pool just to cuss your ass out, brother. That's insane. Devon, what's happening?
My apologies, brother. Matter of fact, let me find her picture. I'm gonna make her picture my.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
I gotta check her out. She be in a golf cart. She's moving and shaking, flirting, getting extra tips.
Fine.
They be
Stop
trying
right
to-
there.
Yeah, they be trying to get one.
And let me get on Organica, Sister Deep, and others. What the fuck is wrong with y'all? Why y'all hang out in D.C. as black people and don't go to Northeast? I don't even understand. I don't even understand. I had to come out of the water. What the fuck are y'all saying? You are Negroes and you don't. I don't even understand. Y'all only date people. I'm not even in the dating market. Y'all go on dates with blacks who live in Northwest? Huh? So I'll be honest with y'all. Okay, that's a good answer.
He said, I don't date DC. That's actually a very good answer. All right, that's a good answer. That's actually a good answer. But I'll be honest with you, I don't think y'all are Americans. Y'all say stuff on this app. It's just, oh God, what's happening? Yeah, it would be Harlem. Spiritus, that would be the DC comparison. Like, it's like, I don't go to Northeast. Now, to be fair, I don't spend the night in Northeast. To be fair.
What's happening?
I don't like to be unconscious for more than 6 hours with that high concentration of working class people around me for my own safety.
It's crazy.
I'm done speaking.
Shout out to Northeast.
Do they have like a bunch of clubs up there? Like
There are clubs. I would
There are
say
clubs. It's not,
Okay.
but
It's
it's
not
more
like
loungy and bars and restaurants.
Okay. I think I went to a big club in like I want to say warehouse area.
Oh, that's the old school. What, you love? You talking about love?
2013.
yeah, that area still have. They just made it a new club. It's called Culture, and I love it. I go there very often. That's where they have the black house parties.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah,
it was like something like.
Yeah, they've made all of those. That area is like clubs again now.
So wait, are we saying Northeast DC is like Harlem? What would we compare it to, man?
Yeah. That's the best.
Oh, okay.
I mean, just in terms of its relationship to the rest of the city, there's a different vibe, but it's like the black. Like if you want to like hang out and stuff, that's where you would go. I mean, there's some spots over in Northwest or whatever. I don't go down to the wharf or whatever they call it. I don't do that
You
stuff.
can't really hang
Dr.
out.
Library.
You said Dr. Library.
Dr. Library, she does that. I don't do that.
That's if I.
I'm too
The
old for
wharf, it get played out. It's too expensive to do often. Like, and then the parking situation. That parking garage is $30 an hour. So I refuse to do that whole thing. But the wharf is.
The
Hold on,
D-pad,
and
you
First
can't
Lady,
hang in
if
the
you
wall.
want 1 second, Divine. Yes, and I got salt and vinegar chips. And what? Yes, I got out of the pool for salt and vinegar chips.
Eat up, sir. Eat up.
Here's an anthropological question for the room.
That's why you're
Has
fat.
anybody? That's true. Has anybody? Oh, I'm gonna burn it off when I swing these laps. Has anybody here? Actually, I'm not gonna burn it off. Has anybody? I'm just gonna wade in the water. Shout out to my ancestors. Has anybody? Has anybody in here ever seen a white person eat salt and vinegar chips? I bet you haven't.
Right.
I bet you've never seen a white person eat salt and vinegar chips.
They don't know
I
they
never
exist.
looked to check their chips that they were eating on.
They don't do it.
I don't go
Broke
around
white
and say,
people.
okay, let me watch and see if the white people gonna get salt and vinegar. But they have to eat them because I see them people in the gym and the salt and vinegars are always gone. So it can't just be the black people eating them.
Well, Owen May had to defeat her. He said the broke white people do.
I was gonna say,
I mean,
without triggering anybody, I think it's a class thing, man.
yeah, it does feel class-like. I agree.
Do white people eat barbecue chips, or that's just a?
Oh, they
It might be classed.
No, they do.
They do. It might be classed.
But they're sour
What-
cream and onion. That's
Yeah, it's like sour cream and onion.
That's
Plain.
good.
Yeah, they like
But
that. But you know,
They
you guys,
put cheddar and
you
Kettle
don't
cooked.
know. The cultures have changed. The whites like salt and vinegar now, so whatever.
They eat
They like
cheddar.
kettle cooked.
They eat cheddar. Oh yeah, they like.
Exactly, the kettle
they like
cooked
the
salt and
kettle
vinegar, the
jalapeno.
Cape Cod ones. Mm.
Yeah.
The kettle jalapeno and that kettle black pepper. That gotta be them meat.
Yeah, black people in y'all community and working class in y'all community, you've never seen a real nigga pull out a bag of kettle cooked chips. You never, you've never seen it. I'm telling y'all what y'all never seen.
But those are them hard ass chips. They are kind of extra crunchy. Just to cut the roof of your mouth. I do like the one. The First Lady, you and I shared this thing that we like. The ones that Subway sell in the green bag, the jalapeno joints. Those are crack. Go ahead.
Miss somebody, I don't know.
if you're Louisiana, it doesn't matter if you're real big or not, whatever you want to call that. They did
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So at a young boy concert, they just pull out Cape Cod, kettle cooked, apple cider vinegar, and chives.
But there's a brand in Louisiana called that everybody gets.
Oh, okay.
It's like Creole seasoning chips. Imagine.
Yeah. I don't know if you ever seen it. It's them all over the place now.
Yeah, they got them here now.
It's salt and vinegar type tasting chips.
It's like Lowry's and vinegar chip.
What? Dr. Love?
That's what it is, for real. I'm telling you, you should taste them.
No.
Let me ask the DMV. That's what I was about to ask my DMV Maryland people. When the last time y'all had the Utz crab chip?
I don't eat those
Old
on
Bay
a regular
deep.
basis.
Mhm.
I think that's the white people, their relationship to Old Bay and crab is different. They really do eat the Old Bay chips, like, probably all the time. They're salty as fuck. I can't eat them.
They are extra salty. I ate them as a kid. I probably haven't had them since I was 12 years old.
Wait, you grew up in the DMV, Organica?
I did.
Oh, shit.
Did
We used to take
They
field
call
trips.
I
call
sent you a
him
message,
Hurricane
man, by
Junior.
the way. Did you see my
That's
message?
Hurricane.
Yeah, I'm going to respond to it.
Oh, okay. I just want to
Give
make
it
sure
time.
you saw it.
Give it time. Don't rush. That's why you can't get a date now. You keep rushing through things. But listen,
Boy,
Um,
stop.
we used to take field trips to the Utz factory. Did y'all ever do that in school growing up?
No,
Take field trips to
I
Utz?
missed that one.
Okay.
But the
Wait, in
the crab
DC?
chips, but in Maryland. But the crab chips and the Old Bay chips are different. The crab chips are okay, but the Old Bay chips is just too.
I forget the brands. They were always like little off brands, like Curd or
Hers.
somebody like
Hers, yeah.
Hers. Yeah. Hers. We had Hers. You grew up on Hers.
Yeah, hers chips.
Hers and Utz.
Y'all like Cape Cod over Miss Vicky?
Huh? Can't hear you for real, Barney.
I say y'all like Cape Cod over Miss Vicky?
I'm not eating Miss Vicky.
I liked Miss Vicky until I bought. So had the box with the little individual bags, you know.
They sure did.
But
12
they put more jalapeno in than the other
12.
flavors. Exactly. And so in my pantry at one point I had 57 bags of Miss Jalapeno chips. So I stopped buying it.
Which one do you like?
I
Barbecue.
like all the other
hopefully.
ones. I like barbecue.
Oh, I like
the salt
barbecue
and
sauce.
vinegar version. I actually like all the other ones. But for some reason, I was just talking about this today. The box is mostly jalapeno. That shit is nasty. You know what I wish they did? Which the Lay's box is doing now? Watch this. The dill pickle chip.
Oh God, you like the dill
chip?
pickle
Now we're
chip?
talking about a chip.
Hell no.
Lay's was too salty for me. Lay's was always been too.
Dill
But I
pickle
put it in
chips
the
are the superior chip.
Lays are good. I like
yeah, lazy guy.
Not the new ones. I don't like their new ones. They're not good.
I put a day or two ago. Stay away, and I didn't know this. Stay away from Pringles. Pringles are not chips. Pringles are not chips, y'all. Google it.
Yeah, I don't like Pringles
are
chicken.
not. There ain't one piece of potato in a Pringle. None. Zip.
You know, Lay's probably like 10 years ago, they had a competition for the best new flavors, and I've never had a chip better than that chicken and waffle. I literally think that chip is, bro. I be looking for the chips too. Like when I go to different countries or states, I look for the chip because it was like a limited edition, and they don't have them nowhere anymore. But they sell them in Japan for like $80 a bag. That's how good.
What?
Dead ass. Look up the chicken and waffles chip.
Wow,
You gonna see it on
Vegas,
eBay or
Japan?
something.
Japan?
Yeah, I remember that. I remember that competition. Yeah.
Is it just me Or is Lay's like all the kettle cooked now? They don't sell the regular chips no more.
Yeah, they
At my
don't.
bodega,
No,
they do.
they sell them. Yeah. They just
Yeah,
look
that's how it
different.
works.
The bag looks
Yeah.
different.
No, I opened the bag and was eating. I was like, wait, this ain't
And you
original
picked the
greasy
wrong
ass
one.
Lay's.
I'm
That's
eating
what I'm
it
saying.
now.
You picked the
I'm
wrong
eating
one.
one now. Hold on. One mic on me. Hold on. One mic on me.
Go ahead, tip it.
I'm eating one now. I'm just like, yeah.
It doesn't sound.
I
I
didn't
didn't
hear you
hear any
swallow. I
crunch.
didn't hear you
What's
swallow.
I
wrong?
ain't hear no crunch either.
I didn't hear you.
Where's the
I
fucking
hear it.
crunch?
That's what I'm saying. It's not kettle. That's exactly. It's not kettle. That's exactly the point. It's not kettle.
Did you
So,
swallow?
it's the regular legs. Huh?
Did you swallow it?
No, I spit it.
Oh my God.
I didn't hear you swallow.
Somehow, some way, it goes back to
That lady is crazy. It's her. It's that lady. That lady is crazy. The lady of the first of her name, last of her tribe. That lady is crazy.
Wait,
See, look, you hear the chip, it's a clip, but you don't swallow. I'm just saying, you don't hear it
Oh, that's swallowed.
going down, but it's
Oh.
okay. Let's keep it moving.
You better motherfucking swallow that chip.
I would say that.
Organica.
Wait, can I share a hazing thing that happened in my fraternity involving chips? So it
Yeah, do you
relates to
think?
chips. Okay, cool. So they blindfolded the pledges, and they told them that there was a box of glass that they had to walk barefoot on, but it was actually Lay's potato chips.
Yes.
And we wanted them to trust us. So we saw that everybody eventually did it, and they walked on Lay's potato chips instead. It was a little bit of a psychological, it was fucked up, actually.
But did they
Yes,
did
and
they
that
eat
is
the
a
chips
torture.
after?
What's that?
Did y'all
We
make
didn't have to
the
eat
chips?
them. No, just goldfish, live goldfish.
Nice.
We just wanted to see who could break. We wanted to see who could break the record.
Wait, can you get sick from that?
I mean, they did. There was some vomiting.
Oh wow. No, that remind me of school days. They put bananas in the toilet and they blindfolded the pledges. Squeeze it, squish it, squeeze it. And
Yeah,
they were
that's all.
squeezing.
It's all about
That's
trust.
what
It's
it's
only about trust. They would never have you walk on a box of piece of glass, but potato chips, it's fine. And you don't have to eat the live goldfish. It's just, will you break the record? That's the question.
Did you just go back to school days, Divine?
Squeeze it, squeeze it, squish it. But the same first lady.
There was a lot of words that came before that. I remember that.
Let me say something about this. It's about trust on this clubhouse space. This one right here. You all know what trust falls are, right?
Yes.
Trust
Yes.
fall
Yeah.
is. Okay.
Yeah.
Good. I'm gonna go around and just to the people on stage who I would trust to catch me on a trust fall where I would fall and break my head. Okay. PT every day, all day, 7 times a week. First lady.
If you are walking lost in wonder, empty of self and mindful of reality, and suddenly you interrupt this piece to exclaim, how beautiful is this tree, how magnificent this field. You forfeit life, the intrusion of self and the imposing of judgment separates you from reality and snares you in the net of words. Be still and know, embrace it all in silence. Be careful with words. COW gives no milk. MANURE has no stench. LOVE knows no passion. Mistake words for truth, and you exile yourself from reality. Others may follow and drink the poison of your confusion. They will die and truth will be defiled. Hillel and Shammai received the teaching from Shemaiah and Naphtali. Hillel said, be disciples of Aaron, loving peace and acting peacefully, loving people and drawing them to reality. Pursuing fame is self-destructive. It distracts us from reality and focuses our energy on ourselves. Those who do not increase knowledge, decrease knowledge. But don't mistake knowledge for talk. One who knows acts knowingly. Fools talk, and their talk too often fools. Those who cease to learn cease to live. Life is learning, attending to reality. Anything less is the sleepwalk of death. Those who misuse knowledge shall not endure, for only reality endures. If you are not attending to reality, where are you?
If I am not for myself, who will be for me? If I am only for myself, what am I?
And if not now, when? Attend to reality diligently. Say little and do much. Receive all people with kindness. Make yourself a sage. Rely upon reality, not authority. Free yourself from crippling self-consciousness. Attend to each moment and act without hesitation. Do not tithe by guesswork. Justice is not a matter of whim. Today, you may feel generous. Tomorrow, you may feel stingy. Give what is just because it is just. I grew up among the sage. All my life I listened to their words. Yet I have found nothing better than silence. Study is not the goal. Doing is, do not mistake, talk for action. Pity fills no stomach. Compassion builds no house. Understanding is not yet justice. Whoever multiplies words causes confusion. The truth that can be spoken is not the ultimate truth. Ultimate truth is wordless, the silence within the silence. More than the absence of speech, more than the absence of words. Ultimate truth is the seamless being in place that comes with attending to reality. The world stands upon three things: upon truth, upon peace, upon justice. Speak truth each to the other. Establish peace and render honest judgment in your gates. What is the right path for a person to follow? One that honors both self and other. Be attentive in all you do. Do not judge one deed small and another great, for you cannot always know their significance. Be virtuous, even if virtue is costly. Avoid sin, even if sin is profitable. Remember three things and you will not err. If your deeds shouldn't be known, perhaps they shouldn't be done. If your words shouldn't be shared, perhaps they shouldn't be spoken. Act with attention, for all your deeds have consequence. The world stands steady, engaged in good work. One forgets selfish desire. Learning without labor is barren.
It does nothing to better the world. Labor without learning is empty. It does nothing to enlighten the world. If employed by the community, labor for the people and not for power. If you carry on the good work of your predecessors, their merit will sustain you, their righteousness will endure through you, and you will be credited with great success.
As if you had accomplished the task alone.
Be wary of those in power, for their friendship is often a matter of convenience. They appear as friends when it suits them, but they will not stand by you. And I never need desire only that which has already been given. Want only that which you already have. As a river empties into the ocean, empty yourself into reality. When you are emptied into reality, you are filled with compassion, desiring justice. When you desire only justice, the will of reality becomes your will. When you are filled with compassion, there is no self to Tao can be talked about, but not the eternal. Names can be named, but not the eternal name. As the origin of heaven and earth, it is nameless. As the mother of all things, it is nameable. So, as ever hidden, we should look at its inner essence. When all the world recognizes beauty as beauty, this in itself is ugliness. When all the world recognizes good as good, this in itself is evil. Indeed, the hidden and the manifest give birth to each other. Difficult and easy complement each other. Long and short exhibit each other. The mystery of mysteries is the door of all essence. By not exalting the talent, you will cause the people to cease from rivalry and contention. By not prizing goods hard to get, you will cause the people to cease from robbing and stealing. By not displaying what is desirable, you will cause the people's hearts to remain undisturbed. Therefore, the sage's way of governing begins by emptying the heart of desires, filling the belly with food, weakening the ambitions, toughening the bones. In this way, he will cause the people to remain without knowledge and without desire, and prevent the knowing ones from any ado. Practice one and everything will be in order. The tower is like an empty bowl, which in being used can never be filled up fathomless. It seems to be the origin of all things. It blunts all sharp edges, it unties all tangles, it harmonizes all lights, it unites the world into one whole hidden within the deeps. Yet it seems to exist forever. I do not know whose child it is. It seems to be the common ancestor of all, the father of things. Heaven and earth is not sentimental. It treats all things as strong dogs. The sage is not sentimental. He treats all his people as strong dogs. Between heaven and earth, there seems to be a balance. It is empty, and yet it is inexhaustible. The more it works, the more comes out of it. No amount of words can fathom it. Better look for it within you. The spirit of the fountain dies not. It is called the mysterious feminine. The doorway of the precise of heaven and earth, lingering like gossamer. It has only a hint of existence, and yet when you draw upon it, it is inexhaustible. Tao can be talked about, but not the eternal Tao. Names can be named, but not the eternal name. As the origin of heaven and earth, it is nameless. As the mother of all things, it is nameable. So, as ever hidden, we should look at its inner essence. When all the world recognizes beauty as beauty, this in itself is ugliness. When all the world recognizes good as good, this in itself is evil. Indeed, the hidden and the manifest give birth to each other. Difficult and easy complement each other. Long and short exhibit each other. High and low set measure to each other. Voice and sound harmonize each other. Back and front follow each other. Therefore, the sage manages his affairs without ado and spreads his teaching without talking. He denies nothing to the teeming things. He rears them, but lays no claim to them. He does his work, but sets no store by it. He accomplishes his task, but does not dwell upon it. And yet, it is just because he does not dwell on it that nobody can ever take it away from him. As always manifest, we should look at its outer aspects. These two flow from the same source, though differently named, and both are called mysteries. The mystery of mysteries is the door of all essence. By not exalting the talented, you will cause the people to cease from rivalry and contention. By not prizing goods hard to get, you will cause the people to cease from robbing and stealing. By not displaying what is desirable, you will cause the people's hearts to remain undisturbed. Therefore, the sage's way of governing begins by emptying the heart of desires, filling the belly with food, weakening the ambitions, toughening the bones. In this way, he will cause the people to remain without knowledge and without desire, and prevent the knowing ones from any ado. Practice non-ado, and everything will be in order. The Tao is like an empty bowl, which in being used can never be filled up fathomless. It seems to be the origin of all things. It blunts all sharp edges. It unties all tangles. It harmonizes all lights. It unites the world into one whole hidden in the deeps. Yet it seems to exist forever. I do not know whose child it is. It seems to be the common ancestor of all, the father of things. Heaven and earth is not sentimental. It treats all things as straw dogs. The sage is not sentimental. He treats all his people as straw dogs between heaven and earth. There seems to be a bellows. It is empty, and yet it is inexhaustible. The more it works, the more comes out of it. No amount of words can fathom it. Better look for it within you. The spirit of the fountain dies not. It is called the mysterious feminine. The doorway of the mysterious feminine is called the root of heaven and earth, lingering like gossamer building to fullness. Far better word to stopping time. Keep on beating and sharpening a sword, and the edge cannot.
then you're more obligated or more obliged to be moral or do certain things, and it's just not true. Because if I go out here and rack up 1,000 single mothers, the majority are going to claim that they're Christian, bro. This is just the reality of it. So that's what I'm saying. It's retarded for you guys to keep saying, oh, you need this book and you need this God, and then all of a sudden all your problems are fixed when you guys are the ones sinning the most. And it makes it look even worse because at least with atheists, we don't have a book, we don't have a God, we don't have anything. So that kind of gives us a little more excuse to be out here running wild if that was the case. But you guys actually have something that tells you what to do. And then you guys say you fear God, God-fearing, all this. You don't fear him enough because every day you guys wake up and said, fuck what he wants me to do. I'm going to do what the fuck I want anyways.
Yeah, they all seem to forget that like being a Christian is a matter of will, not just saying or professing.
Right.
You know, it's a lot more than that. But again, like there are a lot of atheists who still operate under a more Christian framework, even more so than self-proclaimed Christians do.
Yep.
Right? And Sig knows this. Sig understands what the Bible teaches when it comes to traditional marriage and the roles of men and women when it comes to it's like, but like you said, most Christians don't really abide by that. And in fact, I've come across many so-called Christian conservative women who are no different than left-wing feminists when it comes to these conversations.
Well, what's happened today? What was it, Massachusetts, or was that yesterday? I can't remember. I just read the article. It popped up on my feed. Massachusetts women all gathered around to sign in a law to extend abortion up to birth. And they all clapped and cheered. And then you're sitting there going, And they're like, all Christian women. They go to the church, and they're all clapping and shaking. And I'm sitting there going, your dogma doesn't really fucking it just doesn't match. I personally don't think the government should be regulating your body, period. But overall, you can't cheer for that. That's just it just strikes me as weird. And then you had to turn around and have one of your famous libtard fucking feminists sitting there on a fucking show trying to freeze her eggs. Oh my god, someone make an omelet out of those. But I mean, fuck. At this point, I don't understand you guys. I really don't. You women are a lot different from when I was a young man in the world. You guys just have flipped shit around.
I was going to say too, and I'll give you some more evidence. What you're saying, Notorious, is bullshit. I'm an atheist, Free's an atheist. I don't think Vikings, I think Vikings a pagan. He's not an atheist, but he's a pagan. But he doesn't subscribe to Christianity at all. And yet we all preach, for the last 5 years, have been preaching about nuclear families and the benefits and values of a husband and wife together raising kids and marriage. And Brad was married for umpteen years. I was married for umpteen years. Free is more than happy to find a wife and be married. And so again, you have three non-believers here who are pushing for nuclear families and doing things the traditional way and two-parent households and raising kids and not having kids out of wedlock. So again, what you're saying, it sounds good on the surface, but when you actually break it down, it doesn't make any sense. It's just not true, man.
It sounds like your atheism is driving you crazy. The point that I'm making is that those things that you just said, you Free, these values that you picked up are moral issues for Christians, whether they're doing it or not. So mimicking who?
We're not mimicking anybody. What we're doing is we're seeing that there's evidence that shows when you have two parents raising a child, you look in Muslim communities and Christian communities and Buddhist communities, it doesn't matter what your God is or what your religion is. When you have two parents in a household raising kids together conducively, you get better results. It doesn't take a rocket scientist. It doesn't take a fucking God to see that. So again, if you're going to attribute this to your God, it's bullshit, because no matter what setting you're in, atheist, non-believing segment or a believing segment, and pick your God, pick a God, any God, you still see the same results. So we're not mimicking anybody. We're just going off the data that's been presented since the beginning of fucking.
Not only that, it's also natural too. I mean, you see this in other primates, right? And most mammals. So it's usually the parent take care of their children for survival. It's just innate in our nature for the most part. So it's not like something that has to be taught. And to be fair, most religions are essentially men teaching philosophy, basically. I mean, they cover it up with the authority aspect of a God character, but it's basically men throughout all of history just implementing the ideas of philosophy, the way they see the world, and the way they think the world should operate. Some of those things we agree with, some of those things we don't agree with. And we're not necessarily picking and choosing from the Bible, but what we do in general, we pick and choose philosophy that typically align with what we want to see the world be, which is perfectly fine. I don't need the Bible for that, but for the fact that I was raised up with the Bible, I can agree with some of the things, and then some of the things in the Quran and other philosophies. So it's not necessarily mimicking anything. It's just that you, like I, like the rest of us, we're picking and choosing the way we see the world because we have a particular view or a recipe of what we think will make the better environment for everybody. So yeah, that's it.
Yeah, bro. My kids were never, this is the anecdotal, but my kids were never raised in the church. The conversation I had about religion with my kids, hey, that's your personal journey. You figure it out, when the time comes. I'm not going to sway you to go any direction either way. And my kids are perfectly fine. Not in trouble, hardworking, productive young men, bro. And they've never read a Bible, never been to church, they don't even know the deep dives of Christianity or any other religion. They just wake up, use common sense, do what's right, observe the world around them and say, hey, when people do this, bad things happen. When people do this, good things happen. So I'm going to stick with doing the good things because I see better results come from them. So again, man, it's a farce, man. Sorry you guys fell for it, but it's just not true.
To the bear topic, who brought that up? The bear or the white man, black man, basically, man, I guess.
Retarded ass Beamer. She'd rather gravitate towards a bear than a white man in the woods.
Oh Jesus!
Because the white man so evil is gonna hurt her. And Winnie the Pooh's just gonna take her in with open arms and have deep discussions about her begonias.
Right. Did you hear about the story where the white woman, I think last year, shooed off the bear? Like she was camping out or whatever from a hike. She shoot him off the first time, then the second time he came back, like the bear kicked in, like, oh, wait a second, what the fuck? So he came back straight and killed him. And it sounds the story is like that too. So listen, those types of things that this white guy came up with, the one who did the shit about a year or so ago, with this, it's just stupid shit to kind of drive more division between us. Just dumb shit. Statistically speaking, humans kill bears. Statistically speaking, humans kill humans more than any fucking thing. That's dumb. Hey, if you were stranded out in the middle of the ocean, would you rather come across another person that's just stranded with
a white male in a boat or a whale? Which one are you gonna take?
Right. Yeah, like statistically speaking, clearly you want to be with another fucking human because the other thing is not going to help you. Now, there's stories of people being helped by actual whales, but not by sharks. So any other fucking animal in the world, you want to come by another human, and then second to that, probably another number, whether it's dolphins and whales, etc. Because statistically speaking, they don't fuck with us. But the bottom line is, it's just dumb reasoning to try to bring up an obvious non-point. Because if we lived around bears, and I know you do, Viking, if most of us live around bears, we probably have more interaction with bears that would likely be fatal. Okay, and especially with grizzlies. Black bears, you probably fight them off. Grizzly, you get fucked up. So it's just dumb shit. Hey, would you rather be raised by a bunch of hillbilly rednecks or a pack of wolves? I'm black. I think I'll take my chance with the fucking hillbillies. The wolves might just eat me at some point, or I'll grow up not fucking speaking English and take it, just roll around in my own shit. Like, just stupid fucking logic. Yeah, it's not great, but it's still a better option. So, last thing I'll say on this. I'm the type of person that do go hiking routinely. On these hiking trips, I come across groups of men, groups of women, individuals all the time. All these women are walking past all these men, even in groups like me, because I typically go solo. And we don't bother each other, because most of us are not fucking psychopaths. So statistically speaking, out of all the times these individual women encounter all these men, whether collectively or individually, there is no bad interactions. So statistically speaking, you're clearly safer around men than any other fucking creature.
Well,
you're gonna use some. Go ahead.
Yeah, free. It reminds me of the the Jim Bro Ho videos that you see online. You know how like when you go to the gym and you always have one of these fucking girls setting up their fucking cell phone, trying to pump it up on weights, and then you're like you're kind of like they're in your fucking view and they're like, oh, you're watching me, and it's like I have nowhere else to fucking look, and plus you got this fucking ridiculous outfit on that has half your ass hanging out. Of course I'm gonna fucking look. Like if you didn't want to go to women's gym or stay fucking home or wear fucking sweatpants, like I don't know what the fuck you're doing. And then you're doing a stupid TikTok dance on a machine that I'm waiting for, and you think somehow or another I need to do it, which is why I hate fucking gyms, is because I thought the guys that pose in the mirror and fucking spent 30 minutes doing that, taking videos, was fucking lame as fuck. Like you can't imagine what I think when I see some fucking girl sitting there trying to pull her fucking yoga bra down over her fucking nipples and try to go, oh, look at these guys are staring at me. Yes, because you're flashing us, because we're looking at you as if you're stuck on stupid. And the same thing hiking. Like the number one thing I told everybody free, I hike a lot. The one thing we ask when we pass by people, if we see you're struggling, do you have water? Like, do you have enough water? Especially if I'm going out and you're going in, because I'll give you what water I have if I'm leaving the area. I'll make sure that you do, because I've seen and ran into people like that. Or I say hi and move on. But nobody fucking, I've never encountered absolutely any of this shit. In fact, generally, the women come up to the men while we're hiking. Like, we were out in the woods, they don't want to fucking talk to you, and you still find a way to try to intrude on our solitude.
Yeah, and that's the thing about it. That's one of the elephants in the room, so to speak, is that the human can help you. If you come across, if you're stranded because of premise, if you're lost in the woods or whatever, yeah, the human will help you. Even if it's a shitty human, you still have a better chance of survival, because you can probably kick the human's ass. Even if it's a man, you probably can kick him in the nuts. You got a lot of vulnerable spots, carry a weapon, etc. But the logic of the matter is that you're trying to increase your chances of survival. But these hypotheticals are only meant to just point out the disdain they have for men, essentially. That's what it is. That's the whole goal. Like, well, man, do all this stupid shit. Like a bitch. All right, try go walk in the area where bears are known to be and see how that fucking turns out.
She lived in bear country. She lived in bear country, which, yes, there's bears in her state, but you live in a fucking suburb. You're not in bear fucking country. You live in a town.
Right.
It's not bear country. Like, yes, bears may walk through your neighborhood from time to time. Like, fuck. Just the other day, I walked past an outcropping, and up above on the shelf there, tucked away, was nothing more than a mountain lion. And I'm like, oh, fuck, please don't jump down, please, because this is going to be a really bad fucking day. And you take your pack off, you loosen that hip belt, and you're like, all right, what do I have on me? I'm not using mace because this is going to be real close. Let me grab that knife out and let's see, because I know I'm probably going to get one shot off and drop it and have to fight with my hand. So, like, I don't know. I can't stand fucking idiots out in the wild. I just can't. Like, as somebody who's out there so much, these fucking people aren't out there.
Oh, speaking of, just last week, a woman was eaten and killed by a mountain lion. Yeah, they had to fucking put it down, and they had to put down another one that was nearby, which they wasn't sure if that was actually, while they was looking for her remains, there was another one stalking the guys that was looking for her remains. They was following them, so they had to put that fucker down. So 2 lions died because of this fucking woman. And unfortunately, the body cam where they had to tell the parents, that their daughter wasn't coming over, because that was her next stop, supposedly. And just shit like that. It's like, you're not safe by yourself in general in the woods amongst animals. Definitely around men, for the most part, but not animals. And when you are by yourselves, you get fucked up. Y'all can look online right now, see camera footage of men in the woods with their fucking GoPros, and a mountain lion is stalking them, a bear is stalking them, all types of shit. And there's been cases where women survive too, where the bears are stalking them, whatever. But a lot of times, that shit ain't fucking, like, the reason why we can walk outside in most of our areas and just go to the store or go for a walk without worrying about getting attacked by a pack of wolves or coyotes or any fucking thing, because we created an environment to where these creatures can't be amongst us and pose us threats on routinely. And that's mostly men. So all the things that all the disdain they have towards men, they have to also in the same breath give us praise, because the safety and comfort they have is due to men creating an environment to where they don't have to worry about those threats routinely. So yeah, shit is annoying.
That's women, bro. Female logic, man. You gotta love.
like I said, I tell you all the time, I don't even like talking about this type of shit because it gets redundant and stupid. It's like the obvious, but this whole victim thing, like, oh, woe is me and fighting against the oppressor, punching up bullshit, it provokes us to defend ourselves by just, jogging their memory, like, hey, you know why you're here, right? You know why you have these freedoms and these privileges in life? Yeah. But 100 years ago, you wouldn't be able to do none of this shit. You can just sit on TikTok all day or talk shit about any and everybody. You can just put on makeup because half the shit that you use didn't exist. Like, you're fucking privileged to be alive at this point in time in all of human history. Enjoy it. Stop bitching. Like, find something productive to do. Stop talking shit all the time.
Bro, just the fact they don't have to worry about men from other societies raping them and dragging them off to procreate to make their fucking lineage bigger, bro. Like that was a frequent thing, way back in the day, bro. Just the fact you don't have to fucking worry about that shit, man. It's just crazy, yeah. Fucking crazy, man. I wish time machines were a thing, man, so we could send some of these women back so they can realize how good they fucking have it now, bro. I mean, shit, even today, you go out in the fucking, go out in the fucking Congo and shit, man. What's the Houthis and what's the two tribes warring out there?
Tutsis.
Rwanda? Yeah, you understand how many women get dragged out of their fucking huts and villages and shit by the opposing side and fucking raped, bro, and murdered and shit.
Dude, when we went for that, the fucking RUF revolution in Sierra Leone, like that shit was fucking insane. Seeing the bodies stocked up on the fucking piers, women's like fucking decaying corpses with their breasts fucking cut off and fucking their vaginas hacked open, kids like split, like just like I think a lot of people just don't understand how the world really works and what's going on and saying like, oh, one race, I'm absolutely 100%. Like, no. And like I said, most of us people that like have to volunteer to come save you out in the wilderness or come out during a flood or do swiftwater rescues, etc. down the list, most of us that do that are volunteering on our own time out of our own fucking pocket. Like, I have 6 packs here ready to go depending on the scenario that exists, although I could get rid of 2 of these because these are for cold weather. But these packs are set up so that I can just grab one and go based on the environment and the current conditions that I'm going to be going into, and going ahead and trying to go track you down in the wilderness, cut and sign, and doing all of that is a pain in the ass. And you're going to sit there and say, you know what? I don't want your help. I'll trust the bear. Well, go pet the fluffy cow. Go have fun. Go do that shit, because I can promise you it ain't going to end well. And for the bear attacks, most of them do run away. Yeah, if you make enough noise and do this stuff. But you surprise a bear, and the question was asked, you're face-to-face with a bear or a white man. Which one would you choose? Face-to-face, I'm sorry, I take the white man. I still don't get it. I would take fucking Marilyn Manson over the fucking bear. At least I know I got a shot against Marilyn Manson, not a fucking bear. I don't think I can stack that shit. Damn. That's fucking weird.
And since you are putting fear as your role model, you are facing Mullah with this attitude. Am I right? Mullah is your enemy. Am I right?
Matt, you gotta translate.
Take that cotton out your mouth, bro. Cotton balls out your mouth.
Whatever. That's right. No.
You're right.
Is Mullah your enemy?
Yeah, that's how you sound, Peter. Seriously, not trying to like blast you, bro, but you gotta learn how to articulate a little bit better, bro.
Okay, let me articulate. Is Mullah your enemy, Viking?
Is who your enemy? What'd you say?
Mullah.
Your moly hole.
Mullah, Islamic regime.
Are they my enemy? Is that what you're asking me?
Yes.
Today? Like now? No? I mean, I don't fucking know. What is today? Tuesday? Like, maybe? Like,
Only on Thursdays. Only on Thursday.
From that view, they can be described as your enemy, and you say that if somebody is the enemy of a beer, they don't stand a chance. So I was
articulating for myself that Mullah is done, based on what he said.
I thought he was talking about beer, but I think he's saying bear now.
Would you rather take a beer or beer, Holly?
I'll take a beer. In fact, I've got one right now.
Fucking hey, I'm drinking Guinness right now. I mean, I've worked from home today. I've been.
I'm drinking a shitty Coors Light.
See, there you go. Fucking women choices. That's like a fucking horse pissed in a can and said, "Here, it's Rocky Mountain Fresh."
Yeah, Coors Light is like drinking fucking tap water, bro.
I don't know why I have this. I don't know where it came from.
So you confess to yourself that Mullah is going to be done if you can't do your task.
No, I confess this, Peter. I will make fucking more sins. In fact, I'm going to try to break the record. I want Geneva Conventions to be renamed the Viking Brad Conventions, where they're like, listen, there are levels to this shit, and before we go to the Viking level, we want to make sure we have rules engaged on here. So yes, I'm going to reach that status one day.
I hope that we reach that status together and stand on the Mullah's grave. I want to dance.
Hey, Sid, I got a crazy question for you.
I prepared crazy music for that.
I just wonder what you think about this. The question came up in another room. If you were to go out on a boat and come across an island that had no civilization in it, and the island was populated by women, would they be wearing clothes?
Not by the time I got done conquering the island.
That's the best response.
Let's go.
You get raped, and you they raping everybody up in here.
Right. You get some penis. You get some penis. Everybody gets some penis.
So you think the women would have made themselves clothes? Do you believe that?
I don't know. I don't think they'd
I don't
have
think
the.
so.
Yeah, I don't think they'd have the wherewithal to do that.
Only if they get their nipples burnt in the sunshine.
I mean, look, we had the infamous men versus women on the Bear Grylls Island, and we saw women couldn't even do shit. They couldn't even take care of the bare bone basics of survival, bro. They contaminated their own water. The two little piglets that were supposed to be their source of food, they ended up turning into pets and shit. You know, it's
Wait, is that the one where they drank like shit out of their water when they contaminated it because they are like what's not covered is where they went to the like bathroom and shit and it was like wet water source.
They took a shit in a bathroom in their water canisters because I guess they didn't want to something about contaminating something or whatever. So they thought it'd be a good idea to put their feces in their water supply container. So the actual off-camera crew had to come in and like clean it out and shit, sanitize it for them because they would have fucking dehydrated to death.
Do not drink brown water.
Tell the women that they didn't get the memo, Joe B.
So the bigger question was, do women dress for men? That's what kind of brought that question to fruition. Does the average woman dress for a man?
Yes, absolutely.
I don't know. That's a tough one. Because when I get dressed, like I like to feel like, ooh, I'm feeling pretty makes me just feel like awake and alive and like ready for the day, like confidence. But I don't really think of like, are the guys gonna think I look hot? I don't really think about that.
Well, subconsciously, that's why you're doing it, Holly. That's why you're getting dolled up. Because even though you're married, like you have a family and everything like that, but biologically and subconsciously and evolutionarily, that's why you guys get dolled up because your beauty is the number one attraction trigger to gain a man. That's how you get men knocking on your door. So that way you can pick the best one that's going to take care of you.
So you mean we want to rack up penis?
Yes, that's one of your guys.
Do it in the wild, like for you, like look, like I will tell you this, like the amount of dumb shit clothing I see women wear. Like I'll go out there and I have like Silver Ridge pants or Fall Raven fucking pants that are there, and I'll have the wool socks tucked in on the outside with my pants tucked in because I don't like fucking ticks. You guys go out there in yoga shorts that are like giving you the utmost wedgie with a whale tail sticking out of it, and this like little strip out there, and then you're swatting all these bugs, and I'm looking at you as you're trying to like walk by with your like little Powerade and hip walk on your hookahs, and you're sitting there and all of your legs are covered with ticks, and I can see that sitting in there, and I'm like, yep, you're a Lyme disease death waiting to happen. And I just keep it walking. And what's really fantastic is when you guys do it in the fall and the temperature drops below like 40 degrees at night, and you guys are sitting there shivering because you didn't bring base layers or any additional layers, and you're freezing to death, and then you got to go out there and grab you by your fucking blonde hair and fucking try to pull you out of some fucking rock crevice or tree root that you tried to crawl into instead of staying put when you got lost. And go ahead and save you some fashion. Like go look at the women's outfits. Go out into the wilderness, go on a trail, and go watch what women wear, and you're just like, yeah, this is why men are explorers.
Well, think about the things you guys prioritize when you dress. Makeup, right? Your whole MO to dressing is to make yourself look younger. Why do you make yourself younger? It's because younger is attractive to men. So like I said, this is ingrained in your guys' DNA. You guys do a lot of shit you don't even realize why, the evolutionary factor and the mating strategy factor that's behind it. So, push-up bras, you make your breasts look more robust. Why? Because historically, when men see bigger women with bigger supple breasts, that's a biological indicator that, hey, she's got enough food supply to keep my offspring young. Like she can develop milk very well, right? And that's going to be better for keeping my children alive, for them to breastfeed. The wide hips, men go for wider hips. This is why you guys wear things that slim your waist down, and you guys wear certain stripe patterns and stuff to give the effect that you have a thinner waist with wider hips, because we understand the wider hips a woman has, she's got a better probability of successfully bearing children, right? That aren't going to die or having birth complications, shit like that. Your high heels. Reason why you guys like to wear heels is because it makes you look taller. So if you look taller, then you're going to be able to attract a man that's taller than what you really are. And a taller man is conducive to being more successful surviving out in the world. So if you add an extra 3 inches to your fucking height, okay, boom, instead of only qualifying for a man that's, 5'10", you add an extra 3 inches to your height. Now you can get a guy that's 6'1", right? Because you're going to be looking like you're towering over the shorter guys. So it's all mating strategy, man. It's all evolutionary mating strategy.
I don't know. I mean, sometimes I purposefully do the opposite of what you just said. And then sometimes I wear things that I know, I'm like, I look good. Like, I'm like really in fashion. And then my husband's like, what are you wearing? Like, what is that? And I'm like, you don't know fashion. Oh yes, he does. And I'm just like, you don't know. And I don't care. I'm still wearing it.
Yeah, but that feeling of joy and that feeling of I'm pretty, I'm looking good, like that euphoria you get when you do dress yourself up, you get that because it's like, okay, I know I look good, therefore my odds of attracting men are higher, right? So that's, again, that euphoria you get. Even though you're married, you're not trying to attract outside men, whatever, you're doing it because, quote unquote, it makes you feel better. Well, that euphoria you get is your inner biological working saying, hey, I've got a better chance of attracting men at this point when I'm dressed like.
It's an interesting theory. You could be right, but I also
I am
wonder.
right. It's 100% right.
But it's theoretical, like, because you could also say, I could sit here and say, well, it's an evolutionary thing that women want to compete with other women, and you're going to say for the men. But what if it's just we like the high we feel that when we look better than the other woman in the room, or
yeah, because the chances are higher of gaining a man.
Even the women.
Yeah,
you're doing it for attention first and foremost.
Sure,
So you get your gratification there. But then secondly, when it depends on the environment. If I'm taking you out to dinner, absolutely. A ballroom, yes, absolutely. We're going to a ballet, an opera, or a play, yes, absolutely. 100%. We'll get the limo and everything. However, if I'm taking you into the mountains, that is not the time to sit there and worry about the 20 pounds of makeup and shit like this. Because the last thing, first, somehow or another, you convinced me to take you into the field, which is really difficult to do because I find it annoying to take women with me. Secondly, you are now going to slow me down or cause issues because you're worried about your looks, and I have to now worry about your survival along with mine while maintaining absolutely everything out there because we are literally in the wild, and the closest help we'll probably get is maybe 4 to 5 hours away, and that's by air. So, I mean, I don't know. I just wish women would like really pay attention and stop trying to be cute all the time because, quite frankly, sometimes we just like you plain. Like, I really do. Sometimes just that natural beauty kicks in. Little sweat on the forehead ain't gonna kill you. They don't care if you're huffing and puffing. You're trying. I'll concede that. But if you're doing it because you're like, oh, look at my ass, look at my tits, look at my face, look at how my makeup is so perfect. Hold on a moment. Let me make sure I touch all this up behind a tree. I don't know. I just find it annoying.
Well, that's a certain type of girl. You know, there's a lot of us, myself included, we know how to conduct ourselves when it comes to camping and adventure activities. We're not putting on I don't even wear makeup when I do that type of thing. You would have loved me this weekend. I was looking like shit all weekend camping. So you would have loved it.
Nah, we ain't saying we want y'all looking like shit. Nah, come on.
I mean,
we don't mind a little place, but we don't want you looking like shit. Ali, come on.
after your third or fourth day where all you've had to clean yourself up in is either creek water, maybe a couple of bar soap if you brought it down, or a couple slivers in a Tic Tac case that you've used that just kind of pummel it out of your hand. I mean, you're kind of like, you're going to smell like ass too. Like, I'm not really...
I did brush my teeth. I did brush my teeth.
I mean, I'm not asking you to sit there and swallow the long pole because I'm sure as hell not going to go muff diving between your legs after 4 days in 100-degree weather hiking it up. I'm not looking to see
Oh my God. My father-in-law's next to me listening to this.
He's probably agreeing with me. I mean, I'm just saying, like, we go out in the woods and the women come, it's like,
He says,
for the first time.
he just said to tell you you're his kind of guy.
Yeah, but
him and I tell him the next time he comes to Houston, he'll have a bottle of bourbon waiting with his name on it.
Yeah, he's actually from, what town are you from again? Lufkin? Lufkin, Texas, yeah. He's deep south Texas. If you listen to him, he goes, he talks like this.
That's where my family's from, Lufkin, Texas.
Oh, is that right? Oh my gosh, yeah. That's where my husband's family is all originated from, but they moved to North Georgia when my husband was little.
Right,
yeah, Joe.
Nacogdoches.
Yeah, but I mean, like, who gives a shit about, like, how, like, I mean, at some point after what, day 2, maybe the morning of day 3 is about the extent you can go. After eating all that fucking trail food, the first thing you're going to do is spend the hour and a half behind a tree fucking grunting and sounding like a stuck pig trying to dig your cat hole while your fucking bowels explode because you're still not used to it. Like, trust me, women, we are not wanting to, like, you know, necessarily just get, like, freaky with it out there. Maybe if we found a lake and cleaned up a little bit, or a cold stream, yeah, then it kind of gets like, you know, we're alone in the wilderness. We could do it on this rock right here. Nobody will see us. But, I mean, really? Nah, man. We're not really looking at you by day 2 with you all sweating and hiking on that trail.
It's best to take us.
Ain't no joke, Brad. Them field rashes will blow your ass up, bro. We were out
because I love Pharaoh.
that field exercise train, bro. You know, we were shit. Like, literally, you squat down, pull your drawers down, squat down and take a shit. It's coming out liquid like you're pissing, bro. It's disgusting. Then you get a chafed asshole, man, because you ain't showered in 4 fucking days. It's
your hair's like all sticking to it. You're trying to put those fucking those little white things on it. You're like, oh, this fucking sucks. And then some guy's like, oh, look, I got the $6 bidet top on the water bottle. Yeah, sure. I'm gonna squirt down my asshole with the fucking only fresh water we have.
Hey.
Like, yeah, I want to do that shit too and waste my water, so I have to go clean other water.
For some guys, that's a kink.
It's best to take us somewhere where there's at least a bathroom. I've done plenty of, you know, off. What do you call it? Back. What do you call it? When you backpack, I guess. Roughing it. But it's not ideal. It's not enjoy taking a dump in the woods. That is not enjoyable to me. But I've done it. I've sucked it up and done it many times.
Well, there's I'll tell you what, man. When we were in Iraq, there were times we couldn't shower because we had like a big, huge water tank in our compound, and the water trucks would come fill it up, and then we would get gravity fed showers and shit, right? So sometimes those water trucks would get blown up en route or, stopped or seized, whatever, and we couldn't get our water delivery on time. And you're talking baby wipes and like using bottles of water to try to clean yourself. Let me tell you that to smell fish in Iraq in 130-degree weather with some of you women, oh my God, it is like the fish smell starts coming out, man. It's disgusting.
Yeah, the guy in the chat said not showering for 3 days is.
Oh,
I don't
dude,
know
shit.
what this word
Try
is.
it. Try it
It's
for
not a
like a
big deal.
fucking 10 days straight, like where all you're doing is just taking fucking water on a fucking handkerchief or like a bandana and just wiping yourself down. And that's
It's
it.
not a
And then
big
you're
deal.
carrying fucking quartered out fucking elk with you out of the mountains. Like,
Yeah, but I was just gonna say to this guy, I mean, he probably isn't an outdoorsy guy, but it's really not a big deal, especially, I mean, unless you're like in the desert, but wherever I've camped, you just go swimming, you go in the river, you splash yourself, you go for a swim. It's not a big deal. You can even bring, like, they make so many cool things for camping, and, go to REI, you see, like, portable shower, like, you can see some fancy stuff to even still, like, take
yeah, but you gotta
shower.
carry that shit in, and nobody
Yeah,
can carry
yeah.
over 30 or 40 pounds in a bag.
Right. You gotta
Okay.
pick what's important.
Yeah, you're carrying everything light, and all these guys that bring in like the showers, like, yeah, okay. I mean, I could cut a trash bag, hang it in a tree, fill it with like fucking water from the stream, and go ahead and wash. But I mean, I don't need a shower that bad. I can just dunk under the water, fucking keep it moving, and go
Yeah,
ahead.
it does the
Water.
trick. It refreshes you enough. I just have to brush my teeth. That's the number one. I mean, that's easy to bring. It's easy to brush your teeth. That's the only thing I can
Oh, I'll tell you what. I did find out though. I didn't know this. My buddy Marion sent me this. He runs an outdoor store, and this dipshit sent me these like really tiny packaged fucking paper towels. They're like big. What are they called? Like, what did you say earlier? Those moist towelette thingies, right?
Wet wipes.
But they're in like almost. They look like a fucking pill. They look like an acid tablet, and you just pour water on
Yeah,
them, and then they
expands.
balloon out. Oh,
Yeah.
man, I'll tell you what, these are great, and they take up no space. They don't weigh a lot. You're like, oh, finally. And I can they get a metal container to keep them dry, or a plastic one, whichever one you want, and fucking just leave it on the bag. You can fit like 15 of these things in there, and I'm like, this is fucking amazing. Thank you for the inventions of technology. Whatever black person invented that thing, I'm gonna give you a hats off, because I know.
Gotta be a black guy invented it.
Yeah,
As we learned earlier, that they are such avid outdoorsmen.
that's right. Yeah. We invented that shit in ancient Egypt and ancient Sumeria. Yeah, that's ours. We'll take.
Some white guy probably stole that one though.
Yeah. So, Brad, you can thank us. You white people can Holly thank us for giving you the ability to wash your ass in the woods.
Oh yeah.
Thank you,
What-
Tech.
Why do black
You're welcome.
How come so many black people on here talk about like how we taught you how to clean your ass? What's that about? What is that about?
I've asked this before, and I've gotten like 100 different responses. Somehow or another, they think Northern Europeans didn't wash. But here's the actual true construct. First off, most African tribes, particularly sub-Saharan, they didn't go near water sources. Why? Because water sources meant death. Like, there was a whole lot of fucking big-ass animals out there that wanted to kill you, including bugs. So you had everything from fucking malaria, tsetse flies, all these things. You had 100 snakes. You had these things called these like water. Those hippos would kill you, alligators, and then you had every predator from fucking hundreds of miles around coming in to fucking drink from these like limited water holes. So you guys didn't really bathe that way. You also didn't dig irrigation things. Were you clean? Yes, just like any other. You adapted to the own. You used sand. You used various mud and clay ingredients to help care for your skin, protect you from the elements, use as bug repellent, all these things. The same thing happened in Europe. Like, Vikings were desired because they were baked, they were clean, they used berries, they washed, they bathed daily. Like, that was one of their things, is that they were actually hygienic before encountering anybody from fucking Africa. The same thing with a lot of tribes. In China, Indians, somewhat. I mean, Native Americans, various tribes did different things. It's just dependent on the region of the country. So this idea that they had to show everybody how to take a shower is just absurd. And it's just one of these things that I think with a doorknob.
There's way more black supremacists on here than there are white supremacists.
Not today. I was the conquering white ape.
Exactly.
Yeah, there are more black supremacists on this app than white people, period.
You know that.
Period.
Yeah,
I mean, some of
hate white people, Holly. It's sad.
Yeah.
But, you know, this is coming from being raised by a bunch of angry black women who are struggling, and they're, you know, they point the finger at white supremacy and shit. So this is being taught to our kids, you know, that hey, white people they hate you, they're out to get you, they're out to keep you down, and so it develops a nasty chip on her shoulder towards whites.
Taught by
Actually-
dumbass white teachers. Old farts.
Oh yeah. Beamers, it's your Beamers that are teaching this shit too, man. Yeah, or not teaching it, but perpetuating it, keeping it going. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, some of the shit that you hear on here, every time I hear it, I'm like, imagine if I said that to you. Like, I would never say that shit. Like, the things that they say, I'm like, I don't know any white person that would ever say anything even close to how nasty it is that you just said about us.
Oh, Pepe would.
But
Not even Pepe. Not even Pepe, dude.
Whatever.
I literally heard a guy say yesterday on here that black men should rape women that look like Holly.
Wow.
Just go out and find a woman that looks like Holly and rape her.
Oh, I get that all the time. Yeah.
Well, you should have that conversation with
That's what
Bima
I'm
because
saying.
she believes that never would happen.
Yeah, Beeman doesn't listen to us.
No shit, though.
He doesn't listen to black men and being on the
I
episode.
know, I know.
Yeah, you're wrong.
Specifically wanted to target you. He specifically wanted to target, for example, to make you a skirt.
She can't do that. The only thing she could ever fucking do to me is probably sit on me. But I mean, even then, that's not gonna work.
Pocket said something wild once. I'll never forget it. She said, I feel safer living in the hood than I do in the suburbs.
That I could see.
Yeah, there's some truth to that because and it's the same thing with light skinned people. Like, there's this thing: the lighter your skin is in the black community, like the more of a pass and more pedestalized you get. That's why light skinned people, you know, they if you ask them about their life living around black people, it's going to be different than someone who's, you know, dark skinned person, or whatever. But yeah, white girls tend to get pedestalized in the black community.
You know those black girls will beat her the fuck up.
That's what I'm saying.
Well, until she puts on the lashes and the braids and pops out a couple bastard kids and she's accepted as one of them, then they'll take her on.
Yeah. Once she becomes a degenerate, so she has to come in with it. She has to get a starter kit, a degenerate starter kit. She'll be fine.
Oh, so I got to tell you this joke Gerard told me. What's the difference between black women of yesteryear and black women today?
Difference between black women yesterday and the black women today. A husband?
Nope. The lashes.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my god, that's dark, bro. That's a good
Oh my gosh. Okay, I've got one. What do you tell a black man in a suit?
Hello?
You're guilty. Guilty.
Close. Will the defendant please run?
Oh yeah.
You were.
Be preserved.
If you are walking lost in wonder, empty of self, and mindful of reality, and suddenly you interrupt this piece to exclaim, how beautiful is this tree, how magnificent this field. You forfeit life. The intrusion of self and the imposing of judgment separates you from reality and snares you in the net of words. Be still and know. Embrace it all in silence. Be careful with words. C-O-W gives no milk. M-A-N-U-R-E has no stench. L-O-V-E knows no passion. Mistake words for truth, and you exile yourself from reality. Others may follow and drink the poison of your confusion. They will die and truth will be defiled. Hillel and Shammai received their teaching from Shemaiah and Avtalion. Hillel said, be disciples of Aaron, loving peace and acting peacefully, loving people and drawing them to reality. Pursuing fame is self-destructive, it distracts us from reality and focuses our energy on ourselves. Those who do not increase knowledge, decrease knowledge. But don't mistake knowledge for talk. One who knows acts knowingly, fools talk, and their talk too often fools. Those who cease to learn, cease to live. Life is learning, attending to reality. Anything less is the sleepwalk of death. Those who misuse knowledge shall not endure, for only reality endures. If you are not attending to reality, where are you? If I am only for myself, who will be for me? If I am only for myself, what am I? And if not now, when? Attend to reality diligently, say little and do much, receive all people with kindness, make yourself a sage, rely upon reality, not authority, free yourself from crippling self-consciousness, attend to each moment and act without hesitation. Do not tithe by guesswork. Justice is not a matter of whim. Today you may feel generous. Tomorrow you may feel stingy. Give what is just because it is just. I grew up among the sages. All my life I listened to their words. Yet I have found nothing better than silence. Study is not the goal, doing is do not mistake talk for action. Pity fills no stomach, compassion builds no house, understanding is not yet justice. Whoever multiplies words causes confusion. The truth that can be spoken is not the ultimate truth. Ultimate truth is wordless. The silence within the silence. More than the absence of speech, more than the absence of words, ultimate truth is the seamless being in place that comes with attending to reality. The world stands upon three things: upon truth, upon peace, upon justice. Speak truth each to the other, establish peace, and render honest judgment in your gates. What is the right path for a person to follow? One that honors both self and other. Be attentive in all you do. Do not judge one deed small and another great, for you cannot always know their significance. Be virtuous, even if virtue is costly. Avoid sin, even if sin is profitable. Remember three things and you will not fail. If your deeds shouldn't be known, perhaps they shouldn't be done. If your words shouldn't be shared, perhaps they shouldn't be spoken. Act with attention, for all your deeds have consequence. Engrossed in study, engaged in good work, one forgets selfish desire. Learning without labor is ban.
It does nothing to better the world. Labor without learning is empty. It does nothing to enlighten the world.
If employed by the community, labor for the people and not for power.
If you carry on the good work of your predecessors, their merit will sustain you. Their righteousness will endure through you.
And you will be credited with great success, as if you had accomplished the task alone. Be wary of those in power, for their friendship is often a matter of convenience. They appear as friends
When it suits them, but they will not stand by you in time of need. Desire only that which has already been given. Want only that which you already have. As a river empties into the ocean,
empty yourself into reality. When you are empty into reality, you are filled with compassion, desiring only justice.
when you desire only justice, the winner of reality becomes your will. When you are filled with compassion, there is
Tao can be talked about, but not the eternal Tao. Names can be named, but not the eternal name. As the origin of heaven and earth, it is nameless. As the mother of all things, it is nameable. So as ever hidden, we should look at its inner essence. As always manifest, we should look at its outer aspects. These two flow from the same source, though differently named, and both are called mysteries. The mystery of mysteries is the door of all essence.
Tao can be talked about, but not the eternal Tao. Names can be named, but not the eternal name. As the origin of heaven and earth, it is nameless. As the mother of all things, it is nameable. So as ever hidden, we should look at its inner essence. When all the world recognizes beauty as beauty, this in itself is ugliness. When all the world recognizes good as good, this in itself is evil. Indeed, the hidden and the manifest give birth to each other. Difficult and easy complement each other. Long and short exhibit each other. High and low set measure to each other. Voice and sound harmonize each other. Back and front follow each other. Therefore, the sage manages his affairs without ado and spreads his teaching with his task, but does not dwell upon it. And yet, it is just because he does not dwell on it that nobody can ever take it away from him. As always manifest, we should look at its outer aspects. These two flow from the same source, though differently named, and both are called mysteries. The mystery of mysteries is the door of all answers. Tao can be talked about, but not the eternal Tao. Names can be named, but not the eternal name. As the origin of heaven and earth, it is nameless. As the mother of all things, it is nameable. So as ever hidden, we should look at its inner essence. When all the world recognizes beauty as beauty, this in itself is ugliness. When all the world recognizes good as good, this in itself is evil. Indeed, the hidden and the manifest give birth to each other. Difficult and easy complement each other. Long and short exhibit each other. High and low set measure to each other. Voice and sound harmonize each other. Back and front follow each other. Therefore, the sage manages his affairs without a dough and spreads his teaching without talking. He denies nothing to the teeming things. He rears them but lays no claim to them. He does his work but sets no store by it. He accomplishes his task but does not dwell upon it. And yet, it is just because he does not dwell on it that nobody can ever take it away from him. As always manifest, we should look at its outer aspects. These two flow from the same source, though differently named, and both are called mysteries. The mystery of mysteries is the door of all essence. By not exalting the talented, you will cause the people to cease from rivalry and contention. By not prizing goods hard to get, you will cause the people to cease from robbing and stealing. By not displaying what is desirable, you will cause the people's hearts to remain undisturbed. Therefore, the sage's way of governing begins by emptying the heart of desires, filling the belly with food, weakening the ambitions, toughening the bones. In this way, he will cause the people to remain without knowledge and without desire, and prevent the knowing ones from any ardor. Practice non-ardor, and everything will be in order. The Tao is like an empty bowl, which in being used can never be filled up fathomless. It seems to be the origin of all things. It blunts all sharp edges. It unties all tangles. It harmonizes all lights. It unites the world into one whole hidden in the deeps. Yet it seems to exist forever. I do not know whose child it is. It seems to be the common ancestor of all, the father of things. Heaven and earth is not sentimental. It treats all forms as straw dogs. The sage is not sentimental. He treats all his people as straw dogs between heaven and earth. There seems to be a balance. It is empty, and yet it is an exhauster. The more it works, the more comes out of it. No amount of words can fathom it better for everything new. The spirit of the fountain dies not. It is called the mysterious feminine. The doorway of the mysterious feminine is called the root of heaven and earth. Lingering like gossamer, it is only a hint of existence. And yet, when you draw upon it, it is inexhaustible. Heaven lasts long. without striving with them. It stays in places loathed by all men. Therefore, it comes near the town. In choosing your dwelling, know how to keep to the ground. In cultivating your mind, know how to dive in the hidden deeps. In dealing with others, know how to be gentle and kind. In speaking, know how to keep your words. In governing, know how to maintain order. In transacting business, know how to be efficient. In making a move, know how to choose the right moment. If you do not strive with others, you will be free from blame.
As for holding to fullness, far better were it to stop in time. Keep on beating and sharpening a sword, and the edge cannot be preserved for long. Fill your house with light and day, and it can no longer be guarded, set store by your riches and honor, and you will only reap a crop of calamities. Here is the way of heaven.
When you have done your work, retire.
Here is the way of heaven.
In keeping the spirit and the vital soul together, are you able to maintain their perfect harmony? In gathering your vital energy to attain suppleness, have you reached the state of a newborn babe? In washing and clearing your inner vision, have you purified it of all dross? In loving your people and governing your state, are you able to dispense with cleverness? Tell can be talked about, but not the eternal time. Names can be named, but not the eternal name. As the origin of heaven and earth, it is nameless. As the mother of all things, it is nameable. So, as ever hidden, we should look at its inner essence. Indeed, the hidden and the manifest give birth to each other. Difficult and easy complement each other. Long and short exhibit each other. High and low set measure to each other. Voice and sound harmonize each other. Back and front follow each other. Therefore, the sage manages his affairs without ado, and spreads his teaching without talking. He denies nothing to the teeming things. He rears them, but lays no claim to them. He does his work, but sets no store by it. He accomplishes his task, but does not dwell upon it. And yet, it is just because he does not dwell on it that nobody can ever take it away from him. As always manifest, we should look at its outer aspects. These two flow from the same source, though differently named, and both are called mysteries. The mystery of mysteries is the door of all essence. Think not exalting the talented, you will cause the people to cease from rivalry and contention. By not prizing goods hard to get, you will cause the people to cease from robbing and stealing. By not displaying what is desirable, you will cause the people's hearts to remain the heart of desires, filling the belly with food, weakening the ambitions, toughening the bones. In this way, he will cause the people to remain without knowledge or without desire, and prevent the knowing ones from any ado. Practice none ado, and everything will be in order. The towel is like an empty bowl, which in being used can never be filled up. Fathomless, it seems to be the origin of all things. It blunts all sharp edges, it unties all tangles, it harmonizes all lights, it unites the world into one whole hidden in the deeps. Yet it seems to exist forever. I do not know whose child it is. It seems to be the common ancestor of all, the father of things. Heaven and earth is not sentimental. It treats all things as straw dogs. The sage is not sentimental. He treats all his people as straw dogs between heaven and earth. There seems to be a bellows. It is empty, and yet it is inexhaustible. The more it works, the more comes out of it. No amount of words can fathom it. Better look for it within you.
The spirit of the long time masters is small and mysterious, standing in the doorway of the mysterious, standing is called the roots of heaven and earth. Lingering like gossamer, it has only a hint of existence, and yet when you draw upon it, it is inexhaustible.
Tao can be talked about, but not the eternal tile. Names can be named of not eternal name. As the origin of heaven and earth, it is nameless. As the mother of all things, it is nameable. So, as ever hidden, we should look at its inner essence. When all the world recognizes beauty as beauty, this in itself is ugliness. When all the world recognizes good as good, this in itself is evil. Indeed, the hidden and the manifest give birth to each other. Difficult and easy complement each other. sage manages his affairs without ado and spreads his teaching without talking. He denies nothing to the teeming things. He rears them, but lays no claim to them. He does his work, but sets no store by it. He accomplishes his task, but does not dwell upon it. And yet, it is just because he does not dwell on it that nobody can ever take it away from him. As always manifest, we should look at its outer aspects. These two flow from the same source, though differently named, and both are called mysteries. The mystery of mysteries is the door of all essence. Tao can be talked about, but not the eternal Tao. Names can be named, but not the eternal name. As the origin of heaven and earth, it is nameless. As the mother of all things, it is nameable. So as ever hidden, we should look at its inner essence. When all the world recognizes beauty as beauty, this in itself is ugliness. When all the world recognizes good as good, this in itself is evil. Indeed, the hidden and the manifest give birth to each other. Difficult and easy complement each other. All and short exhibit each other. High and low set measure to each other. Voice and sound harmonize each other. Back and front follow each other. Therefore the sage manages his affairs without ado and spreads his teaching without talking. He denies nothing to the teeming things. He rears them but lays no claim to them. He does his work but sets no store by it. He accomplishes his task but does not dwell upon it. And yet it is just because he does not dwell on it that nobody can ever take it away from him. As always manifest, we should look at its outer aspects. These two flow from the same source, though differently named, and both are called mysteries. The mystery of mysteries is the door of all essence. By not exalting the talented, you will cause the people to cease from rivalry and contention. By not prizing goods hard to get, you will cause the people to cease from robbing and stealing. By not displaying what is desirable, you will cause the people's hearts to remain undisturbed. Therefore, the sage's way of governing begins by emptying the heart of desires, filling the belly with food, weakening the ambitions, toughening the bones. In this way, he will cause the people to remain without knowledge and without desire, and prevent the knowing ones from any ado. Practice non-ado, and everything will be in order. The Tao is like an empty that unites the world into one whole hidden in the deeps, yet it seems to exist forever. I do not know whose child it is. It seems to be the common ancestor of all, the father of things. Heaven and earth is not sentimental, it treats all things as straw. A dog is the sage, not sentimental. He treats all of his people as straw dogs. Between heaven and earth, there seems to be a bellows. It is empty, and yet it is inexhaustible. The more it works, the more comes out of it. No amount of words can fathom it. Better look for it within you. The spirit of the fountain dies not. It is called the mysterious feminine. The doorway of the mysterious feminine is called the root of heaven and earth. Lingering like gossamer, it has only a hint of existence. And yet, when you draw upon it, it is inexhaustible. Heaven lasts long and earth abides. What is the secret of their durability? Is it not because they do not live for themselves that they can live so long? Therefore the sage wants to remain behind, but finds himself at the head of others, reckons himself out, but finds himself safe and secure. Is it not because he is selfless that his self is realized? The highest form of goodness is like water. Water knows how to benefit all things without striving within. It stays in place, is loved by all men. Therefore it comes near the town. In choosing your dwelling, know how to keep to the ground. In cultivating your mind, know how to dive in the hidden deeps. In dealing with others, know how to be gentle and kind. In speaking, know how to keep your words. In governing, know how to maintain order. In transacting business, know how to be efficient. In making move, know how to choose the right moment. If you do not strive with others, you will be free from blame. As for holding to fullness, far better were it to stop in time. Keep on beating and sharpening a sword, and the edge cannot be preserved for long. Fill your house with gold and jade, and it can no longer be guarded. Set store by your riches, and Tao can be talked about, but not the eternal Tao. Names can be named, but not the eternal name. As the origin of heaven and earth, it is nameless. As the mother of all things, it is nameable. So, as ever hidden, we should look at its inner essence. When all the world recognizes beauty as beauty, this in itself is ugliness. When all the world recognizes good as
But I'll be proud to be American when we get into the Olympics and shit.
Man, I will say this though.
courts who do it rather than private security.
No, but it's also the judicial branch. They were interpreting the law then too, right? It's like the whole apparatus.
Yeah, exactly. That's what the threat
Yeah,
was. It was a Supreme Court decision.
And then like the executive branch had to enforce it too. Yeah. I don't know. Like.
But the British did abolish it though, so does that mean to say we get some money?
It just seems like a funky argument because it's like, I don't think people think that Native Americans getting reparations are rational, right? And like no one ran the logistical fucking aids when they gave them those reparations, or no one runs that argument now. So this pegs me as very
potentially could happen. And to that end, I want to add to another line of thought that maybe Trump doesn't have to declare a national security emergency because of the midterms. A foreign intervention because, like people say, it might get challenged and not pass. But there are other national security emergencies he could declare. For example, the national oil reserve has fallen under 300 million barrel, and depending on what's happening in the Middle East, he could very validly declare a national emergency when it comes to oil reserve and other things. And he could even start rationing oil to different states to fine-tune the voter turnouts as he please. That's just, I don't know how practical that would be, but just open up for some ideas. There are other types of emergency who could declare.
Excuse me, is this Tiger speaking or Stephen Miller? Because those are the kind of suggestions that you would expect from Stephen Miller. Thank you, Tiger. We'll go to William, followed by El Normal.
Hey, Gary, Scott, Marshall, everybody else. Trump may or may not issue an executive order, and he will tease, and he won't likely, if he wins, the elections were great, and if he loses, he's going to say, no, they weren't so hot. But there's other things he can do outside of the executive order that could achieve the same goals of frustrating the elections. And like Trump has this way of broadcasting what he's going to do in advance. So like an example of Trump broadcasting or putting out a message is like before January 6th, he says, yeah, come to the Capitol. It will be wild. It will be wild. And that was broadcast over and over again. And then it was wild. And his followers did come. And ahead of this elections, he's got a lot more aggressive activities going forward than just broadcasting potential intentions to disrupt the system. So, I put this in the post, but during his first term, and he's not been a fan of, well, he's had taken both sides on many issues, but during his first term, he put on this guy, Louis DeJoy, to oversee the mail, and Louis DeJoy went ahead and decommissioned and pulled out a lot of very expensive mail sorting equipment and had it destroyed so that it couldn't even be put back in if someone filed a lawsuit on it because the equipment was just destroyed. And that did frustrate the people voting by mail. And I have to assume, I think, that this is sort of a related topic to what's going on today, because some things Trump's animuses or things that he likes remain consistent. So I think there's things that he could do that would achieve his goals outside of an executive order. Another thing that really has me concerned is dispatching ICE at the last minute to big cities like the one I live in, and well, I'm some medium city, or or other medium or big cities around the country, which would have a chilling effect on the vote on Democratic venues, jurisdictions casting their vote. It would achieve, in a way that couldn't quickly be turned around or addressed, voter intimidation, and might dissuade some people. And people have been altered in their activities by the ICE presence in various cities. Sometimes it's made them more defiant, and other times I think there's people that are, less courageous that just don't come out. So there's a lot of things that can be done that would achieve the Trump desired goals without necessarily going through the executive order. And he could do both because he does like to flood the zone, as Steve Bannon has pointed out, and many other people have observed over the last years. That's it.
Steve Bannon. Did I misidentify Steve Bannon a minute ago? So Trump did post those exact words in a tweet on December 19th, 2020. I just fact-checked William. 18 days before the attack on the U.S. Capitol, this is what he put on then what was known as Twitter. Quote, statistically impossible to have lost the 2020 election. Big protest in D.C. on January 6th. Be there, will be wild. I just looked it up. You're absolutely right. By the way, William, today is the 1-year anniversary of another monumental executive order that changed things in big cities across the nation. Today is the 1-year anniversary. Do you know what it is?
I don't.
The deployment of the National Guard to Washington, D.C. Happy anniversary.
That's a cheerful thought, and that's a good example of unilateral things that can be done that are pretty disruptive. Oh, by the way, most people still
Being
call
in
it
DC,
Twitter.
when I was in DC with my older brother, I didn't find that stuff disruptive at all. They didn't get in my way. They didn't inhibit me. They were just extra present. So they literally didn't do anything to me. Like, you could talk to them, but they didn't impede you or anything like that.
I agree with you, Marshall. When the National Guard came out during 2020, and they came out in response to protests and things like that, and they were in Philadelphia, I went and talked to them, and they were actually cordial and friendly. They had to stand their guard like a soldier at Buckingham Palace. They can't sit there and crack too many smiles, but I talked to them, and I didn't find them threatening at that time. But I think if they were dispatched to the polling places, that would be different, and that would actually violate Pennsylvania law about the presence of law enforcement within, I think, 100 feet of a polling place. And
But the National Guard is not law enforcement.
I understand that, but
here's the thing that I believe that these tactics really are designed to do. They're designed to intimidate. Now, maybe in the case of the National Guard in Washington, D.C., it was designed to intimidate the criminals. Maybe that's what the National Guard is there for. I mean, they use the National Guard occasionally here in New York City at transportation hubs when they may have a threat assessment where they want to have more uniforms at the transportation hubs. Nobody's ever told me, by the way, whether the arms that they carry are loaded or not. That's a closely guarded secret, which makes me think that maybe they're not. But at any rate, it's a case of intimidation. Look, let me give you a real life example of ICE today in a community not far from where I live. So if ICE is out rounding up people who they believe are in the country illegally, is that an emergent situation? Not really. It's like if I'm a police officer and I'm on the warrant squad, and my job is to go out and find people for whom there are outstanding warrants. Mainly, FTAs fail to appear warrants. They have squads that go out looking for people like that. Get the arrest numbers up. They're not running around with lights and sirens on. They're not wearing combat type uniforms. They're quietly going into communities, looking for the guy that they're or gal that's wanted, asking questions, knocking on doors, burning a lot of shoe leather, finding the people when they can, and arresting them. And I'm not saying that there isn't sometimes resistance and the need for aggressive measures at that moment, but that's how law enforcement handles these kinds of situations, generally speaking. I got a report from a credible source that not more than 3 miles from where I am right now, that a dozen ICE vehicles were seen screaming down the highway in a caravan. Why? Why? It's not like they were responding to a terrorist attack. Why do you have to have all these ICE agents come into a community in the manner in which they moved into this community where there are a lot of Spanish-speaking people? And probably a lot of them are citizens, and probably a lot of them are not, and probably a lot of them who are not citizens are people who are not here documented. So legitimate targets of their operation. Why did they have to come into that community in the manner in which they did, announce their presence with such force?
I can think of two reasons.
Well, there's probably one reason, and it's intimidation.
And the other is, and that's the flip side of the same coin, is that it's theater. That it's putting on a performance for others not related to a legitimate law enforcement purpose, but just to...
Well, there's a legitimate law enforcement purpose, but the manner in which they do it is atypical to how law enforcement would do that.
I'm not talking about I am talking about the manner, not the legitimacy. I'm talking about the fact that putting on the lights and sirens, acting as if it's an emergency when it's not, is also theater. Part of all the heavy-duty uniforms and tactical gear and vests for going out and getting, mostly what are supposed to be, people that are, just regular immigrants that, for policy reasons, are no longer wanted in this country. You don't need to go in armed to the hilt, but a lot of that is theater to send a message to intimidate. And I can't tell you exactly what the purpose of that theater is, but I've got theories.
So here's the thing, and I know I am allowing us to get off topic, and I apologize to myself as the moderator for doing so, but it's kind of hand in glove to this whole thing. And that is, they're violating state law by doing that. State law says you cannot activate your lights and sirens unless there's an actual emergency. Right. You're not supposed to be violating traffic laws of which you are indemnified for following as a law enforcement officer unless there is a legitimate reason to do so, i.e. an emergency. But they always claim that, well, that's the law, Steve. That's the law. But they will claim that because they are federal agents, the state law does not apply to them. That's what they will claim.
Well, you raised a lot of issues, but on the state law, there's a whole body of case law on this topic about what is or isn't an emergency. It arises under people that get injured as a result of a police chase that was not an emergency, and they sue for tort.
Well, that's a civil issue, not a criminal. I'm talking about the criminal, the actual criminal statute. Anyway, that's a little bit off topic, but you led me to the water and I drank it, William. Thank you.
It wasn't my intention, but thanks for letting me speak.
Okay, El Normal followed by Steve. El Normal. What's going on today? So many people
No,
come
I'm
to the
here,
stage
I'm
and
here.
they're not there when I call them, and I feel like I'm being ignored. And I'm very thin-skinned about these things. And I started with, I was feeling so good in the very beginning. Marsha said, "How you doing, Gary?" And I said, "I'm doing great." But now you're the third person to ignore me when I call them. Norm, please
Can you hear me?
speak.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah. Am I? Okay, so you got me worried that you couldn't hear me. All right.
No, I can hear you when you open your microphone.
Well, that's a detail. So I want to make. I made a point earlier to some of the people back channel. Nixon was never impeached. So it's interesting the way legends over time become accepted as truth. That's number one. Number two, Trump lost the 2020 election. I don't want to upset you or him or anybody, but he lost in 2020. And it is a weird quirk of his personality that he can't accept it. Even though he's probably in a much stronger position now than he would have been, say, in 2022. Right? In other words, if he was 2 years into a 2020 term, for a variety of reasons. And this time he won the popular vote, which is quite a mandate. So now to the question, I really like what Marshall said, and I agree with him. It's enough with the frivolous impeachments that we know are not going to result in removal. I think it was Marshall who the DEFCON 3. This is the ultimate recourse that we have for an elected official to be removed. I think Supreme Court officials also can be removed this way. So it should not be done casually. I guess I also want to point out that early in his first term, he said that he thought once he won the election, the press would stop giving him a hard time. That didn't happen. So he's surprised. And he is a combative, a belligerent kind of guy. And if you punch him, he's going to hit you back 5 times harder. And he was punched, I think, sometimes unfairly, both in the Mueller investigation, which was an exercise in absurdity, because he obviously didn't collude with Russia to influence the election, and also in the 2 impeachments. These were also absurdities. I mean, why do that, knowing that you're going to lose? And it didn't even slow him down, apparently. So we have a loss of integrity in government on both sides of the aisle. The investigation and the 2 impeachments were done to throw mud at him, to smear him. The same thing with the Kavanaugh hearing. It was done to throw mud at him and to smear him. I even personally feel that the Stormy Daniels case was absolutely nonsensical legal case. Again, done to smear him with each payment that he made to Michael Cohen to pay off the NDA that he got from Stormy Daniels was charged as a felony. It was $7,000 here, $8,000 there. So Trump is capable of responding with equal or greater pettiness. That's why I list all those things, because he knows how to fight back, and if his opposition is going to fight dirty, then he's going to fight dirty right back. And I would not put it beyond him at all to, I got to put the phone down. I hope I'm not getting pulled over here. I'm not. Okay, good. All right. It's not me. He is not above pulling some sort of monkey business when it comes to the midterms. I would definitely not put it past him. Now, I didn't see the announcement, so I'm just taking it from you, Gary. So I'm just giving you my opinion. The question from the room is, Trump might declare a midterms national security. Are you asking, do we think he's capable of it? He sure is. I mean, don't forget, I mean, FDR was capable of serving, 3.5 terms, and he was capable of stacking the Supreme Court, but the popular opinion went against him. So I do think we are in a time of enormous geopolitical, global, social, political.
Well, Norm, if you'll notice, the other side of the aisle only wants to pack the court when it's out of favor with them. But when the conservatives, when it's out of favor with conservatives, we don't want to pack the court.
Right. Well, I don't know if
Hello,
Trump ever
everybody.
came up with that. Hello. I don't know if Trump ever considered packing the court, but if somebody suggested it to him, he might look into it because he's capable of darn near anything. Is the only point I want to make.
Can y'all catch me up on the subject?
You gotta wait your turn, buddy. We
Yes, sir.
You have
Yes,
to wait
sir.
your turn to move.
Yes, sir.
We'll get you. We'll get you.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, Norm.
All right, just to conclude, he's capable of darn near anything, and he colors outside the lines of a little bit more than the Democratic Party. So the Democratic Party is capable of all sorts of interesting stuff that looks good on paper, that is seemingly conventional and allowable. But in fact, and I discussed this with Scott previously, we're breaking the norms. Abolishing the filibuster for judicial appointees
Has nothing to do with the topic at hand.
I'm saying we're talking about breaking the norms, Gary. That's why I bring it up. And Trump is as capable of breaking the norms as the Democratic Party is, possibly more so. Let me just leave it there.
Are you a self-hating Norm?
No, I'm not. Why do you ask?
Because you said you were breaking the norms.
Oh, very funny. No, I'm not doing it. But what we're talking, this is.
Hey, Norm, on a serious note, and it's totally off topic, you reported in the chat, folks, the chat is linked above, and it's there 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on Facebook Messenger for you to participate in conversations before, during, and after our sessions here on Clubhouse. You made an announcement about a United Nations report. Not everybody reads the chat. Would you like to repeat for the folks who are listening what that UN report said?
Yeah, and this was brought up today today or yesterday in the United Nations. The report made it very clear that there was no starvation in Gaza. I mean, I can leave it at that. Perhaps. And
Thank you, Norm. Thank you, Norm. I just wanted to point that out because there have been misrepresentations of the reality in that terrible conflict that become, as you said in the beginning of your discussion about this issue, truisms. But truisms don't necessarily reflect fact. Thank you, Norm. Steve, followed by Kyle.
Hey, Gary, I got one question. How do you know there wasn't an emergency for those ICE agents?
Okay, Steve. Maybe there was. Thank you for that question.
Well, I mean, it's legitimate.
But thank you. But this is how they entered this small town and then deployed to start arresting people who are in the country illegally.
You know,
it was an obvious attempt to intimidate the community. They made their presence known. They want everybody to know that ICE was there, and they like it. They like the people running.
I was just jerking your chain a
People
little
were
bit.
screaming yellow, 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 yellow.
I was just jerking your chain a little bit on that.
All right. Kyle, followed by the movie.
Okay, just to respond, I don't believe I said impeached, but if I did, obviously what I meant was that the House Judiciary Committee adopted the 3 articles of impeachment against Nixon in July '74. And that was a de facto, for people who don't know the Latin term, it means that it was a virtual impeachment.
No,
Because
impeachment's not impeachment until the full House takes a vote. It can come out of the committee of jurisdiction, but unless the full House votes on it, it's not a register of the House. It's a register of the Judiciary Committee.
Right. So
the votes were
so,
counted.
So the accurate description of what happened, Kyle, is that the President Nixon, was not impeached because he resigned from office before the full House could vote on the articles of impeachment that were proffered by the House Judiciary Committee. So that ended the formal impeachment process. That is historically accurate.
Okay, it's frustrating to talk because I've been interrupted so many times, but I'll keep going. So I know that, and what I'm saying is that it was a de facto impeachment because with the Judiciary Committee.
My point is it's not. Impeachment
I'm
means a very yes, because I'm a moderator and because you're using the word incorrectly. It's not a de facto impeachment. A de facto impeachment would mean that the House had held the vote. They haven't. It's come out of a committee of jurisdiction, which is entirely different and means an entirely different thing in Jefferson's Rules of Order than what you're making it sound like.
Okay, if you're done there, I'll just say this. If you watch the actual proceedings of the House Judiciary Committee, the recordings, you can see how the votes were peeled off, the Republican votes.
Right, and you made that point earlier. So
Okay.
thank you, Kyle. I'm going to move on to the movie. Listen, Marshall is correct. A de facto impeachment would be where the public official is stripped of his or her power or their authority or practical ability to govern, even though no formal legal impeachment process has taken place. The formal legal impeachment process would be de jure. De facto would be if they were able to force him to not, for example, I am the mayor, but they locked the doors to the city hall. I can't come into the city hall. I have not been removed from office, but I lost my practical ability to govern. That would be a de facto impeachment of the mayor. But if I, as a mayor, resign because I know that the city council is about to vote on whether to impeach me, then it would not be a de facto action. And I think that's what Marshall was attempting to clear up. Hard to keep people on the stage today, and I don't know why. We invite people up and they're not making it. Maybe Frank will make it, and maybe Les will make it. Frank, I see that you have made it. Frank. That's the other thing. I've been calling people today and they haven't been answering. I'm beginning to think that it's not them falling asleep at the switch. I think there's some kind of a clubhouse problem. Les is calling the Yeah, see, it's there's a problem here today. Okay, well, we had a good discussion nonetheless. Folks, we're here Monday through Friday at 5 o'clock New York time, so until 5 o'clock New York time tomorrow for the next edition of the Critical Thinking Forum. Everybody be safe, be well, and peace out.
oh, and he gonna send me a link. Say, yeah, we can like do business calls here. I said, you never heard no damn clubhouse. What in the hell? I'm not clicking on this link.
Capitalism is really good. I love free market, long review, essay, blah blah blah. You happy when you argument with okay?
No, I think there isn't a healthy middle ground, right? But the abolition of private ownership, yeah, I'm very opposed to that.
Yeah. My point was that
Private ownership
term
means
collective.
Communism works at the community level.
By the way, people, this is a study. I swear to God, like you really need to be really educated about that.
Well, why is it that you think that free will is the solution to the problem of evil? And what's he really going to say?
I mean, the problem is he's a bit of a motor mouth, so it's like he has a lot that he'll spew out, but what it is like a bunch of stories, you know?
Yeah.
And this is what becomes frustrating for me, is that it's just like, well, you're just like doing narrativization and kind of just those stories based on the data. So it's like, yeah, you can tell me a story about how free will is related to like evil arising in the world, right? But that's not actually a response to the argument, because what you want on the argument is to show that like you start from like perfect being theism or classical theism. I gave the argument that, okay, from this, you should have a very low expectation of evil arising in the world. And then the idea is that the only way you're going to respond, the only way your story is going to work to respond to that is if it like falls naturally out of the hypothesis, and it seems like a lot of people don't quite get that, It's like, you could add on a bunch of auxiliary hypotheses and my argument is still correct, that like, but conditional on perfect being theism, evil is unlikely, but conditional on perfect being theism plus a bunch of other stuff, it becomes likely.
Yeah, so I mean, right, so I mean, if he told me a Just So story, I would just say, well, that's a very nice Just So story, but what's the independent justification? And that's what I would like to see somebody like him have to supply. And I'm not saying there couldn't be good answers, which is one reason why I want, why I think Andrew is a good target. I wouldn't expect Andrew to have somebody more sophisticated and more serious, like, I don't know, like a Dave Coleman would have.
Yeah, Destroyer, I invited you up. Yeah, I don't know. Dave Coleman is like, I think his response to it is going to be one of these, like, sure, it's evidence against, but I have way more evidence in favor kind of thing.
No, but I wasn't talking about the evidence of problem itself. I was just talking about appealing to free will as a response. Because my point is, okay, why think that free will is what accounts for it? Like, I could grant, if that was what God cared about, or if free will was good, or whatever, any of these things, I could grant that, for the sake of argument, that it could be used in the construction of a theodicy. My point is that I'm not seeing what the independent justification for thinking that's what God cares about is, because it's not clear to me that there's much of a scriptural basis for it. Now, I mean, if you're Catholic or Eastern Orthodox or Oriental Orthodox, what have you, you can just say, well, yeah, this has been in church traditions since the second century. There's probably things in the Catholic Catechism. There might be conciliar statements. Okay, fine. Then they wouldn't be the best target in this approach. People from those traditions. But if you're like just a sola scriptura Protestant, I want to see what they would say, right? Because I've noticed that nobody's really, well, I haven't seen it. I mean, obviously, I'm not really an Andrew Devery to it, but I haven't noticed anybody put this question or whoever that way. I haven't really seen it. I haven't seen that ever done. So I'd be interested to see how they respond.
Yeah. On this point of like, where does this like idea of leeway, libertarian free will come from? I agree with you. I think it's kind of fascinating.
It's not
to be honest.
scriptural, and I mean,
Yeah.
They could try to appeal to philosophical arguments, obviously.
Right.
I'm not personally don't think those are good arguments. They might, but apart from that, I don't think there's any scriptural. Like if I could just pose, right, as a sola scriptura Protestant, I could say, well, I'm not really moved by the philosophical argument, so why would I think that's the right answer to this question? What are they going to say? I don't, I'd be interested to see somebody hold those people.
Yeah, and to be honest, like at least with arguments like the one I'm trying to run here, like it's broad. It's not supposed to be specific to a certain religious tradition. So it's like when you say like classical theism or perfect being theism, like somebody could be like completely non-religious or non-denominational or whatever you want to characterize it, where they're they believe in like philosopher's God, and so for me, like one of the issues is going to be like, even if something does show up in the church tradition, while that may be like independently in tension with the sola scriptura stuff, the question is still like, okay, but is this expected on perfect being theism? Now I think, I'm fine with sort of granting these like independent philosophical, at least for the sake of argument, these independent philosophical arguments for why you need TAP or leeway, freedom for responsibility or something. And then I can, like, for me, it's just like, yeah, but I can grant all of it, and I just don't see how it injures the argument because, again, it tells you nothing about probabilities. And what does tell you something about probabilities, if you're following, people like Cutter and Barnes and Collins and stuff, and the way they run all these arguments is like, you're supposed to be able to model theism as a value selection hypothesis. So like that's how you're generating expectations and probabilities. And so, even if agents are free, like think about if it's like the divine conceptualist view or the complete concept Molinist view where God could instantiate all these different possible people, he's going to select on the value selection construal of the hypothesis. He's going to select for valuable, agents to instantiate. So you would have to think he had like run out or something of good agents.
Actually, that reminds me of something else. I talked with Matthew very briefly. I mean, basically, I just told him why I didn't think he was talk to me. So he wanted to talk to me. I hate Matthew. I don't have any interest in really talking to him. But I was thinking a little bit about his view. And you probably know more about it than I do. I don't watch his content as we do. I was going to ask Mason about this. Because I think he was, maybe Detroit knows also. I'm just sort of curious, if you don't believe in a God of the revealed, a God with special revelation, is there supposed to be any interest in establishing the hypothesis that he exists? It's a little hard for me to understand. Like, if you think Jesus exists, if you think Jesus was God or Allah exists or whatever, then presumably that should be like consequential to your life in some way. But if the God of perfect being theism exists, what's supposed to turn on that? Anything? Do you have any idea?
Yeah, I mean, like you mean in like a pragmatic sense?
Yeah, like what's supposed
like
to change? Like why is it supposed to matter that he exists?
Yeah, so I guess somebody like Matthew would probably lead off with like, well, I just care about what's true, and so like, you know.
No, obviously, I'm not talking about that. Yeah. I'm just saying, is there something other than to appeal?
Yeah, like I think a lot of these people that I'm sort of, I've been able to talk to a lot of them recently, like, you know, like even people like Miles Donahue, Joe Schmid, they're kind of all a little group actually on like Substack, from what I can tell.
Well, aren't they writing a book
from the
together?
outside?
Who's writing the book? There's a book that Matthew and Joe and like 2 or 3 other people are writing together. I forget who the other ones are.
I know there's like a little crew of like Amos Swollen, Miles, Joe,
I think
and
Amos is one. Yeah. That's right. Yeah, but I don't know if they're all writing that book. I
They
think
all seem to
Amos
be
is
on the
one.
same. Yeah, they seem to be on the same page about a lot, which is like theism. Maybe Joe. Yeah, maybe Joe is like the most.
Oh, look,
kind
Roger's
of,
here.
I think-
Or Nathan, as he said, Dathan.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
But I think Miles, you know, Sully, I don't know if I've told you this, but I think Miles may be on the way out. While
Oh,
Joe is
you
on the
think-
way in.
Yeah,
Well, it
yeah.
seems like it's getting weaker and weaker because apparently he told Dan that, according to Dan, he's like, in his newest paper, he's pretty much conceded that Dan's objection goes through, or he's very close to conceding.
Yeah, I wouldn't. So I read it. He actually sent it to me too.
Okay.
And I wouldn't say that it's like a concession on the argument. But he is saying like, I think he takes that objection, this like he calls it the deeper physics objection. He takes that to be like the most serious, and he thinks that. Oh, Ron, you got feedback, Roger.
Oh, sorry.
It might be me too. Let me turn this low.
No, I think it was Roger, but
Yeah, apologies.
In that, so I don't want to say too much about it because like obviously it's not published yet or whatever, but he does admit to certain like he's there's a whole section where he's saying like I don't think there's like so basically he proposes a response to several versions of the objection that he thinks is successful against those versions, but then there's this he writes a whole section about a case that he doesn't think it works against, and so he's kind of saying like, yeah, against this, like I don't know what to say. So to some extent, yeah, he is kind of like he's like admitting defeat about that point, at least maybe in a kind of like provisional sense. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Miles left actually, because he's been we've been talking to him a bunch of times.
Yeah, we have. Also, for what it's worth, I'm not sure if this means anything, but this new objection. I've been talking. Miles and I are in like a custody dispute over a series of philosophers as to whether the awesome theistic evidence objection is good, and I think I've persuaded Harry and Ryan that Miles's objection doesn't work.
Is he insisting on that point about it being like compelling?
Yeah.
No matter what your priors are.
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah, that's a little weird. Are you sure? I want to ask him this because I bet you he would just be like, "No, I'm not saying that."
Yeah, but then the worry is that if he isn't saying that, then like calling it awesome theistic evidence is somewhat misleading. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, because it seems as though, like, because in order for the point to land, he has to say something like, yeah, and there's this bit of evidence that if you were to observe it, you would be irrational not to think that theism is true. As a side note, Luke Barnes expressly says that. He goes like, if you were to observe that and you didn't think that theism was true, you're irrational. So, and Donahue says the same thing. He's like, you would be irrational. So it kind of seems like he's committed to that. But then there are two ways, obviously, of resisting that. One is to kind of have subjective Bayesianism about priors, and then the second way to resist it is to question the likelihood ratio.
Yeah. Yeah, Detroiter hates my argument, I realize now, though, because we disagree. Detroiter and I disagree about this, like, key point that my whole argument against fine-tuning turns on. It, like, makes me sad.
But,
Okay.
I mean, the thing about Miles is, what's kind of interesting is, I'm not sure about all these guys. I'm not sure about Amos Orland. I think Matthew, Joe, and Miles are all kind of motivated. And Miles pretty much said as much, right? Like, I think Jason brought him in.
Yes. Yeah, I did.
The other day, and he more or less said, it's just, I feel like my life is a lot better believing in God than not. But what's striking about it is that even though he probably is motivated, and that probably does explain why he's accepted a lot of this reasoning, what is interesting is that he is willing to modify his position, and he's conceded a lot of points in the past year or two. And plus, even when he was in the room the other day, in Andrew's room the other day, he was, they asked him about the problem of evil, and he was just like, I really don't know what to say about it, right? Which I thought was a very healthy response. If you could turn all this into, if you could construct an argument, if it were legitimate to construct an argument on this basis so that, you did have some good evidence, well, by the same token, right, it seems like there's going to be all this counter evidence. What are they going to say about it? Right? And people like Matthew, and to Joe's credit, I think Joe concedes as well. People like Matthew, of course, totally fucking dishonest, but he's much more motivated than they are.
What do you think about the interchange between Matthew and Lance Bush on Substack?
Oh my God.
Well, I'm not sure I totally approve of everything that Lance has done, because I haven't followed it that closely. But I do think Matthew is dishonest, and the way that he made fun of Lance, saying, Lance is denying concepts that every 6-year-old has. And Lance, of course, correctly pointed out that that's an empirical claim which Matthew hasn't investigated, unlike Lance. And so he shouldn't, blithely say stuff like that. I think that sort of shows what a fucking dishonest piece of trash Matthew is, why people shouldn't even bother talking.
I mean, I will say, so I know something about the history between Lance and Matthew, because I used to talk to Lance all the time. And, from my vantage point, I get what you're saying, that, Matthew will reach for stuff. If he thinks that there's, a rebuttal, it's like a chess game for him when he's debating, I think, where it's maybe he doesn't think a rebuttal is that good, but he's going to give it the strongest presentation he can, or this or that, and maybe he's dodgy sometimes, that's probably true. But Lance was a complete dick to him for pretty much no reason.
Well, that could be. I don't
even
know
dislike
enough
Lance.
about that. Yeah. I don't know enough about that to know. I do think Matthew is a very dishonest, distasteful individual, and so it would seem, that may not justify the way Lance treated him, because Lance may not have witnessed that. But if you watch this thing that got uploaded a couple of days ago, Mason and Eric. And just the way that he tried to mock Mason for saying I don't accept this concept. That's the kind of thing that really makes me despise Matthew. So I don't. I really feel like it's. He should be treated like. Treated like with respect.
So the Eric part, I forget exactly what what his case was against it.
But he was
and they were
bringing
moving
up,
between different arguments.
yeah, he was bringing up stalking horse issue, but they didn't get to fully play it out because at some point Matthew said, "Well, I've talked to you for a while, so why don't I talk to somebody?"
Yeah, it seemed like he was doing almost like an AMA thing. I'm not sure. I saw that video, but I wasn't there, so I don't know what this event was.
Yeah, me either.
And yeah, Eric was running stalking horse. And Detroiters gonna hate me for saying this, but I used to really like the stalking horse. I'm not as big of a fan of it now.
Yeah, but either way, it just even if you don't think the stalking horse is a good objection, the way that he responded was not good.
So obviously, I'm in agreement that that there are a bunch of problems with the response that he gave, but it is it seems to be the standard response is all these guys who object to the stalking horse say it proves too much.
No, but that wasn't what he was talking about. He didn't. He wasn't talking about that.
Right,
No,
and
he wasn't
then
talking about that there. Yeah, he was just saying.
Antecedent likelihood stuff.
Yeah, he was talking about the antecedent likelihood stuff, and he said a lot of dumb stuff there. And of course, the dumb stuff there you could deal with, but the thing that I really didn't like was him taking a high-handed approach to Mason's objection and trying to mock Mason for rejecting concepts that every 6-year-old has, like the majority, or so he claims that the majority of philosophers accept. I found that infuriating.
Yeah, I mean, no, I understand why you would, because I think you and Mason agree on what he was saying, right? Because
no, but either way, I just don't like it. I just don't like the high-handedness. Yeah, it's as if Matthew doesn't say all kinds of dumb stuff that most philosophers would reject. It's just so ridiculous for him to try to invoke them. For him to say, "Oh well, if you're willing to say that, then you're willing to say anything." What am I supposed to say to somebody who's going to say something like that? It's give me a fucking break. What a fucking asshole.
Yeah, I need to go back and listen to it again. I think potentially there's a way of since the idea is something even if there were some objective notion of good or stance independent notion of good, it actually is still not clear what it is.
Absolutely.
So it's kind of it's not an unfair line of pushback against the argument to bring that up. I think.
Yeah, well, I think Detroiter has something to say about this, which Mason didn't even bring up, which is if you're appealing to simplicity considerations, it's not really clear that you can just say perfect being or even God is perfectly good, right? And get simplicity for free. Because in fact, when we start to try to analyze what that entails, it ends up being fairly complicated. I've heard Detroit make points like this.
Yeah,
I'm understanding
and no less complicated than a sort of infinite array of other attributes that we could collect under as a single label that would just as equally predict anything else.
Yeah.
Right? So and I don't think that space on the whole is biased towards many conditions. So I just don't think you gain anything by talking about a good being or a perfect being,
right?
And saying that that's simpler and so more likely.
Yeah, I was
actually going to be more likely maybe than some hypotheses, but you're not going to get in the range of designing hypotheses an overall bias towards many conditions. This is something I talked about a bit with Sasha a few nights ago.
So you think? Sorry. So I missed a bit of what you said. So you're saying like even on theism, you think that the light permitting range is narrow, essentially, or am I getting?
Yeah. Sorry, even on design. Perhaps on theism is not narrow.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
But
See, that's the other thing. Do you think it's an issue? Like, I think I tried to ask you this once at DM, but I know you're busy as hell. A lot of people who are running the stalking horse are doing it as naturalists of hypotheses.
By the way, my argument is not stalking horse. I know people disagree. I think it's a good response, but it's not. Anyway, whatever. It's fine.
Yeah, that's fair. Maybe I'm being unfair by like combining those two. You need to give your argument a name other than like Detroiter's argument.
That's right.
Yeah, I mean, I think people maybe are conflating them some of the time. Because yours, like, whereas contrasting design, bare design, bare non-design, that's like completely different from like naturalism versus theism, which is how most people are trying to set up the discourse.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, something like your argument, though, I think the reason they get grouped together is because they want to say, yeah, but look, you could basically slot in anything. Like L is almost irrelevant, in your argument, where it's like that could just be anything.
Well, it could be, but whether the constraints that I forward are correct will depend, right?
Yeah.
It might not be. Yeah.
I try to defend this.
It's also, of course, background dependent, but
Right, and you think like the semantic cases are stronger in favor of design, right? Like if it's like star writing or a message or something like that, you think that that's more expected on bare design than bare non-design?
Well, so it depends, right? On the sort of background that we're using, we're typically assuming in the standard fine-tuning case, no. But that's just because we have no background on which those sorts of displays would be like significant, evidentially significant. They're just like, there could be anything, right? Once we start including in our background knowledge about language and displays like that and how those tend to get produced and yada, yada, yada. Once all that's in the background, or at least some of that's in the background, then of course it's going to favor bare design. To bare non-design. Sure, yeah, I think that's right.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like
but I think that's the right result.
Do you know Nevin's stuff about like? Yeah, like he thinks that you can get a bunch of conditional likelihoods basically from the a priorizers, I guess, or something like this. So, at least that's how I'm reading that's how I'm understanding what his view is supposed to be. But I don't know.
Well, I mean, I guess you can get some. I don't know. Whatever you want, like it's going to depend on what we're including in the background. I don't know. I don't think you're going to get much about like language and inscriptions and stuff like that from a priori truths. But
sure, but maybe they want to say something like. So, is your idea more that like recognizing a piece of data as it even having any semantic content in the first place depends on your background?
Of course, well that's part of it.
Right, okay. Yeah, because that would make sense. Because it seems like if you were to say that like you are able to say just recognize that the data has like some kind of semantic content, then like you could say, okay, there's more of a conceptual connection with like designer intentions and semantic content than there is with like non-design explanations of the data. Does that make sense? Like it seems like maybe there's something.
Well, it depends on what we're building exactly into quote unquote semantics. What it means for something to be semantic or language or something like that. But I don't know. Yeah, once you update on something about what these sorts of symbols are, especially maybe you'll get a little bit of support, but really the bulk of support for design in the ATE typefaces is going to be all evidence about how these things tend to get produced, right? Or what sort of things we'd expect to produce them given knowledge we have about language and things that communicate intent and so on, yada, yada, yada. So I think that's what, like 99.99% of the support is going to be coming from that. Like whether you get a little bit of some minimal knowledge about what like meaning is or something like that, maybe. But I think that
but then it starts. So you heard all these like arguments about whether claims or evidence.
So you're gonna have to update on some of that anyway.
Yeah, but it's like, you know when we're arguing about like whether claims are evidence, and there was that Matt Dillahunty versus Joe Schmidt episode, and then like you have these guys on here who are fighting about it or whatever. There are people who are like, oh, it's not that, and we mean like somebody's giving you a testimonial claim. It's not just like a abstract floating claim or whatever. You have the same background before you get the claim. So it's like the background might be doing the work. Like, so basically, if you were in a vacuum background where there was nothing, then you wouldn't be able to say whether something was evidence or not. In general, I guess. But like the background isn't the thing that does the evidential work. It's like you could have the same background and the neon cross doesn't show up in the sky. Like the neon cross is still the evidence or something like that. So, I mean, do you think it's like incredibly significant that it depends on a background? Like, because it's like sure.
Because in all cases, the fact of and degree of evidential support is background relative. So why would it be at all important to say here that it depends in this case on the background? But in every case, Do
you think they're making like that basic of an error here with this idea, or like are they just saying it wrong or something? Or what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I suspect there's someone like Dillahunty, it's something.
Oh, sorry. I went with the awesome theistic evidence, I guess, not the Dillahunty guy. So.
Oh, what errors do you think?
So, like, you want to point out that, well, it's relative to the background, whether it counts as evidence. But, like, do you think, like, their point turns on that crucially? Because if it does, it just seems like they're making, like, a ridiculous point or something,
Well,
like, they just forgot about that.
Either they think that it should still be evidence for the kind of minimal background that I had in mind, right? And if I say that it isn't, then they think I've gone wrong. Or they want to say, I guess, that my response convinced me to saying that it wouldn't be evidence even on these more inclusive backgrounds, but that's also wrong. So I guess I'm not sure what else could be.
What do you think about the relationship between like Pryor's background and like total evidence? Like before updating on new evidence. Like, do you think those are all kind of the same? Because I guess background is the one you get to play with, where it's like we can do a priori thought experiments where we like restrict the background and stuff. But it seems like when they're running these Bayesian arguments, like the background is just kind of packed in and like generating the distribution on the priors or something like that.
I'm not sure. So we're talking about background, total evidence, priors. Priors, we're talking about some probability assignments. Total evidence is just all the body of data that somebody has. And then background, you're talking about what's for some considered conditional probability, or probability of what's sort of if we were implicitly conditioning on.
When they say like total evidence, it's like I have a certain degree of evidence in support of some hypothesis, right? Versus the data, right? So it's like my total evidence is like I take all of the data, and then I have like a distribution of evidential support over the hypotheses or something like that. I don't know. It just seems like with these Bayesian arguments, right? Like when we say like we're building it into the background, it seems like we still think we can do some kind of like naive even if you imagine having a bunch of stuff on the conditional side, on the given side of the conditional probability. Why think you can do it with like a big conjunction on the conditional side, and you can't do it with like one thing, So it's like when people say, X is, the probability of X given theism or bare design is higher than the probability of X given bare non-design. It seems like the only way you can say anything about this is if you're able to sort, and it's with a restricted background, quote unquote, like where you're not taking a bunch of observations in as well, given, then you're just left with like, what's the kind of conceptual content of the hypothesis, and how does it relate to the data?
Just something like that.
Yeah, and that's kind of what's driving me to say, like, maybe there is a case to be made that, like, if you were to recognize that something had semantic content, quote unquote, then, you could say that favors a design hypothesis. But I don't know. My worry is that if you can't say that, then the argument's too strong.
No. Well, so as I said earlier, it's going to depend on what it is to have semantic content. Like we're sort of building in there, because depending on what that means, I mean, it might get you no closer to. Like it might still be irrelevant to design versus non-design, depending on what's included. It might get you a little bit, depending on how much is built in, or might not. I don't. Again, I guess I don't know how much turns on that. I actually might have to be more strong. I think nothing turns on that. I mean.
Well, no. I'm just saying, like, so say you have your second constraint, right?
Yeah.
And the idea is that, like, you don't want that to just hold in general for anything. Like, if L were to represent like anything you want, right? You want to say like, no, it's not. It doesn't. Or do you think it does, like, actually hold universally across, like, whatever L?
Well, it's already said, no, obviously.
Right. But then what sorts of things is it false for, I guess?
On what background? I guess I.
Well, wait.
So would you just say in the fine-tuning case?
Would you just say that, like, depending on your background, your second constraint could just be false, or?
Of course, right? I don't know. Depending on what we're. I mean, that's going to be true. I think, almost no matter what we put in.
Right. I mean, I think we're just but but I don't know why you. Well, why do you invoke this point about like it depending on the background? That's just kind of like yeah, sure.
Yeah,
right. You still defend the premise
because
I
think it's true on the relevant background in the fine-tuning case. I don't think it's true. We can consider different data and different backgrounds and ask whether it's true in those cases. And depending on the case, I'll have different things to say. But I think in the standard fine-tuning case, it's not.
Yeah. So just like, what's an example where you would flip and say no, it doesn't hold it?
Right.
I'm wondering about what sorts of backgrounds and data would count. Like, I understand it depends on those things, but like, what sorts of those things would it?
I mean, to me, it's a silly question. You observe a designer of the universe, and that's going to be more expected on design than like even almost independent of the background. Sure. I don't know. I can give you other trivial examples. I can give you less trivial ones. But I don't know where this gets us, though. To be honest.
I mean, I'm just like, I would like to defend your argument. Just like I'm trying to figure out if somebody threw this at me to say like, okay,
what are they throwing? We got to figure out what the right thing to say in these other cases is. We can try to figure it out.
It's that it proves too much objective. That's the idea. It's like, oh, you could just slot in anything for L. Like that's.
But we already know that's false, right? So I don't know, like.
Right now, I'm trying to figure out. So is it just false because it depends on the background? Because that doesn't seem like a reasonable thing.
Well, no, it's false because that's just. It's not a general fact that those conditional probabilities will be. will satisfy my constraints no matter what data we put in, and no matter what, no matter what background we have.
Sure.
And
Like, so,
you can give examples if you want, I guess, where you vary the background or you vary the data and you get a different result. Okay.
so the thing is like, okay, so the way that you defend the second constraint, right, is to say something like, well, the space is like, so basically their design tells us like almost nothing about the design, you know?
Yeah.
And that's kind of the defensive premise there, right?
But of course, you know, what sort of background we have is also relevant there. Because, you know, on that, their design plus what we have in the background just tells us this is more or less no expectations about what sort of things or what sort of universe the designer would make. You know.
Right.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that I think that you're wrong about this, right? It just like, does it not seem like on that same basis I could, you know, okay, instead of L, I'm going to put P, you know, in the second constraint, and that's just going to be arbitrary. And then I could say, look, well, it's still true because fair design doesn't tell us anything informative. You know, so like, I guess what I'm asking is like, when would it be informative?
So, I mean, I feel like I just gave a case for this, but you asked me to give a case where the second constraint would be false for a piece of data on the same sort of background that we use in the fine-tuning case?
I guess so. Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, so I give a trivial example where you observe that there's something designing the universe, right? So that's a kind of trivial example where it's false. I can give less trivial ones.
I get.
You can also note that you could have a more you know, complex observation where we include, you know, just take the trivial case where we observe the facts about language and such and the ATE, right? And it's not independent of that conjunction, right? So where the data is that conjunction, the second constraint would be false. You know, they're an analogous version of the second constraint. I mean, I could multiply other examples. I just have no idea what this is supposed to get us, though.
Yeah, so, I mean, okay, I guess if you think like you can just observe the universe being designed, then that would be fine.
Yeah, I mean, that would obviously a trivial one, but like...
I mean, I'm thinking in most of these cases, we're thinking we can't just like straightforwardly observe that the hypothesis is true or something like that, you know? So...
Okay, but it's still,
I'm sorry, so,
as I said, I mean,
do you have a non-entailed? Do you have like a non-entailed one? What was, I kind of missed the first part.
Well, I mean, you could make that one a little bit less entailing, like, oh, it sort of looks like a... Anyway, but yes, you can have less kind of obvious ones, I suppose. Or like this, which is the example I just gave was another example of that. You know, where you had like, you know, you observe those two facts. And one was the kind of writing and initial conditions, and the other was, you know, observe things about language and such. Okay. Of course, those two things are not going to be independent. So the second case can be false on those. Sort of trivial because recall, as I said earlier, it's going to be the second constraint is going to be false for ATE with those things in the background, right? But now I'm just pulling it into the observation. But then, in fact, that's no different than, you know, in the probabilistic terms, it's mathematically equivalent to having one of those conjuncts in the background. And so you'll get the same result. But I don't know. I can give other examples, but again, I guess I don't see the point of the exercise.
No, like I said, it's to try to. I'm trying to use you to give me ammo if I run your argument.
Yeah.
And the idea is like, this is kind of the objection that I'm always hearing to it, is that proves too much, you know. So the idea would be to like give reasons why. Yeah, I guess, but like the response to it would be like, here are the reasons why this sort of stuff counts, and then this other stuff doesn't count, and the fine-tuning data falls into that side that doesn't, that, you know, where this is, where your second constraint is true rather than false. So I guess like I'm more trying to work out ways of doing that rather than just like I get the trivial examples, but then they'll just say like, okay, yeah, but like we're reasoning evidentially, and you can't just like have you know, the hypothesis entail the data, or just, you know, I don't know, something like that. And it's just like, yeah, I can cook up the trivial cases, and I can say it depends on the background, but it still seems like you want some way to just like, you know, okay, a priori, what is the difference between bare design and bare non-design, such that, you know, they relate to observations in different ways, you know? I don't know, because it just seems like if you're defending the second constraint by saying like bare design is like, you know, basically like the possible observation spaces like overlap because, you know, you could observe anything on either hypothesis if we're excluding the entailing observations, you know. And you just say they're both like equally non-specific, so they have the same, whatever the probability distribution is, it's the same for both of them or something.
Yeah, but as I said, even excluding the entailing ones, obviously we're not going to be. You're going to get cases, into the many cases where the, you know, how the second constraint would be false. So there's going to be a lot of simple observations where, yeah, the hypotheses are sort of on a par on, you know, on a really uninformative background, right? But that's largely because, yeah, I think that for those simple observations, design doesn't really predict a whole lot. Just the bare kind of design hypothesis doesn't predict really much anything about what sort of thing there'd be. But yeah, like, give me one second. Let me just go. Okay.
Also, what up, AWA? And Venus. What's with Venus?
It's Venus.
That's good, G.
What's up, Venus?
Hey,
What's going on?
I can't believe that there's like Venus put the Sully case in his paper. There's a Sully case in the philosophical literature that's named after him.
Let's go.
What is it?
He just uses my name, so it's not really a joke about me. It's just like he gives this case of a person who really trusts Fox News or something. And the person's name is Sully, and then he keeps referring back to it as the Sully.
Makes sense. Seems appropriate.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. You gotta put your friends' names in your philosophy papers, Detroit, you know?
There's something there, actually. Something there.
Are you working on anything now for like publication, or are you like taking a break?
Sort of working on that Andrew Lope response thing. But, I mean, it's kind of dumb.
Is it definitism stuff?
Yeah.
Oh, good.
I mean, so
it was funny when Malpass came in and he was like talking about all this, like it's like nobody, it's like all these people there. It's like, yeah, actually, no one here disagrees. It does seem like a fairly. Is Rasmussen still on that train too? Because I feel like he's like he's like a heavier hitter than Lowe.
I totally forgot about that because I was making that blog post with reply to Robinson. I totally forgot about that. I gotta finish that. Because he had made this kind of bad argument that infinite regress requires a circle, an explanatory circle or something like that. Yeah.
I don't. Where did he? Is that in a paper or is it like a blog post?
Just a blog post.
Yeah. He's a strange fellow, Rasmussen. Like he's such a smart guy.
Yeah.
But his arguments are so bad.
Yeah.
That one that they used in that Coons paper about the skeptical PSR stuff. Oh my god, it's the count. He calls it the counting argument against physicalism.
Oh yeah.
And then they repurpose it as like a defense of the PSR, and it's like, oh my.
That's right.
Soccer, come up here, soccer.
What a piece of shit.
No, that's cool though. I mean, I like the causal cynicism stuff. I guess I'm just so thoroughly convinced, and I just see all these other arguments against it as really bad now that it's like somewhat. It's a little bit boring to me now because I'm just like, yeah, obviously.
Well, did you see Coons respond in the interview? The first time I heard him respond to the fucking Schmidt, my table Schmidt.
No. Is this on YouTube?
Yeah. So that Serbian guy, Nemanja Jurisic or whatever, the NG podcast guy.
Yeah.
He was on there and they talked about a bunch of different things, but that came up at one point. And his reply was, well, he just didn't understand the argument. So I trivially misunderstood the argument. So what was I supposed to say?
Oh no. You should debate Coons. Don't you just like debate?
That's right. I left a comment or a couple comments, I think, on the video about it.
Yo, look, we'll do a GoFundMe to buy you a suit, and you can go on some like fancy podcast, and you can debate Rob Coons.
That's right.
I mean, I do think you should do
Rob Coons, though.
You would do probably pretty well if you had time to prepare and like practice and.
No, I just especially with all this stuff.
Yeah, like you got him on the substance already, so you just need to like, practice technique or like do flashcards or whatever the fuck Craig does for debate. Although I don't know, is Coons like a debater even? Like, does he really debate?
Not really.
Yeah, I feel like I've mostly seen him do interviews. I feel like I've seen him do at least one debate though. A while ago.
Yeah. Well, he had one with Graham Oppie. Then I guess he sort of had that one with Schmidt.
Okay, yeah, I think I have seen those.
The Schmidt one was on that channel, like Intellectual Catholicism or something.
Intellectual Catholicism.
And he was kind of not a good interlocutor.
Yeah, it would probably be very dry,
No,
I don't know.
in the sense that I think he was like unreasonably like condescending and aggressive, that sort of thing.
You know that Roger got Andrew Loke into one of these calls that he does?
Oh, really?
Yeah. You could probably debate him like and have Roger set it up.
No, but that's the thing. Mason tried to set up a debate between me and Andrew Loke, and Andrew Loke declined.
Yeah, but Shit. He already knows your name. That name. Wait, he knows who you are, right? Because he's like responded to you
Obviously.
directly, hasn't he? Yeah.
We have like 100 messages back and forth, and he's responded in print. Like, of course he knows me.
Why didn't he want to debate you?
I don't get it either, because why would he engage in 400 responses? I mean, it seems like he'll respond to anybody. Like, if anybody says, like, you know this expression, someone said something wrong on the internet? Right?
Yeah.
That's like Andrew Luck, right? Like, if anybody says anything, he'll like write 100 million against him. He'll write 100 million replies to you. So it's like very bizarre that
it's possible that he doesn't. He's a bit concerned that in this format he won't come off as well, and then something a lot more visible. And,
if it was Nathan posting. Yeah, but see, that's why maybe Nathan.
No, it doesn't. I don't know if the host matters. But yeah.
I see. He's just afraid. He's just a coward. I mean, he debated Dan Linford, but I guess that was on camera and shit.
Yeah.
He got extra time in that debate. He was like, they had basically run out of time, and he was like, I want to keep going. And then Dan was like, yeah, I'll keep going. And then he just kept like hammering him the entire like extra period of the Yeah, it's probably not going to happen on Capturing Christianity, so that's unfortunate. Yeah, I mean, Rasmussen seems like he would probably debate. I know he wasn't doing engagements for a while, because I think he had a kid.
Well, he has a debate coming up soon with Michael Huemer.
Yeah. Like, recently he's been doing a lot more stuff, I've noticed. Oh, yeah, I saw that Huemer thing. I guess Huemer's going to run the same argument he did against Swinburne.
Yeah, they're basically, it's going to be on, like, the coherence of theism stuff.
Yeah, I hope Huemer does a little bit of a different argument. I don't like that argument.
Rasmussen posted a video, I guess it was a video.
I saw that.
Going over what he thought, the right objection is. It's to say, like, well, the infinities in the theistic case are just not of the problematic sort. Something.
Yeah, my summary of it was like, he gets on camera and he's like, hi guys. So Michael Huemer and I are going to be having a debate. He recently debated Richard Swinburne. He gave this argument, and Swinburne's reply was this. And I am going to say the exact same thing that Richard Swinburne said. So,
Right.
So I'm worried about it being a bit of a rehash. Although maybe Michael Huemer will have cooked up some more responses by then. Does he seem like a lone gunman to you? He seems like the type of guy who just kind of sits in his laboratory and thinks up shit and doesn't really bounce ideas off other people.
Yeah, it seems that way. I don't know. It's possible. There's people in the department there that got some of this stuff, though. What's the next step here? They're hour.
You playing chess?
No.
You're making something? What are you making?
I'm making two different things. One, I was just making dough for pizzas I have another time. And the thing I have in the oven is a rack of ribs.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
I love rib.
I'm a big fan.
I didn't. I had only had like shitty ribs my whole life until I was like somewhat older. It's like a relative like who's a really good cook like makes ribs. And I was like, oh my god, this is what they're supposed to taste like. So then I developed an appreciation.
Well, I make a mean rib. All right, let's see what the temp is on this. I'm going for about 210.
Oh, you're using Fahrenheit to determine?
Yeah.
Isn't that like sacrilegious up there?
Depends on what you're using it for.
Do you know what
oven temps and shit are standardly installed in Fahrenheit.
Have you ever heard the imperial unit for density? It's like slugs per cubic foot or cubic inch or something like that. Like they just switch to slugs when they're doing density in here.
Okay, this is not even close. I thought it'd be closer.
Hello, Mr. K9.
Another half hour, so.
Yo, what's up?
Not much. We're kind of at a lull. Detroiters talking about cooking stuff, so let's go.
Well, I've been reading Descartes, and I know you guys probably been read Descartes, and I wanted to ask what you think about his fifth meditation.
I'll be honest, I don't really remember what's in the fifth meditation.
It's it's about his account of essences. He has an argument for God by means of his essence, and he has an account for the essences of things, like material things. But I wanted to ask about what you think about his proof for God, where he says the essence of God necessitates his existence. So if you have a clear and distinct idea of God that has all the essential properties of God for it to be about God, then that means essentially it exists. So it has to exist.
Just the ontological argument.
Yeah, so
kinda, yeah.
Is it?
It's
I
similar
don't remember
to it.
that's how it goes,
It's
but
similar to it.
I don't think it's even deductively valid the way Descartes put it. I remember Sobel goes through the argument in Logic and Reason, and I think it shows that it's not even deductively valid.
Okay. So I put it kind of differently, but it's like the same type of argument. God would be an infinite existence. So if you have a clear and distinct idea of an infinite existence, then that idea, for it to be about infinite existence, has to have all the essential properties of infinite existence. And that kind of idea would not lack existence. And there's existence outside of you. So essentially, whatever that idea is, has to have existence outside of you. And then by other arguments,
why would the idea have to have the divine attributes? Isn't the idea just something going on like mentally? Like it's just you conceiving or imagining something? Why would the idea have to have the divine attributes?
Because essentially the idea has it.
Why?
Like,
I thought these are properties essential to God, not to the idea.
Well, the point is the idea wouldn't be distinct from God.
What? So the idea is, so God is something in your head?
Yeah.
Just like another concept or idea in your imagination. That makes it less.
I think for being charitable, he doesn't mean the idea. He
Yo,
means
Mofo, say what you were saying one more time. What was this again? Okay, I'm smoking too.
Well, it can't be that the God is not distinct from the idea, right? The idea is just something going on in your mind. It's just something you're imagining or conceiving or something like that. That's not. So God can't be the idea, right? It makes no sense. God is that's like saying God's a thought in your mind. No. If God exists, he's a different sort of being, right?
No, I'm saying what the idea is about is identical to God. So the idea is distinct in some mode because it's the form of God in your mind, but what the idea is about is not different from what God is.
In an extensional sense, that's trivial, right? So if we're talking, but then there's a question of whether the idea is about anything extensionally.
Well, that's the wait. What?
But you can't derive that from the concept.
Wait, what do you mean that? So you're saying ideas aren't about things?
Well, you don't want to just say everything you have an idea about automatically exists.
Yeah, that's not what I'm saying, though. I'm saying to have an idea about this thing, it has to exist. If it's something that doesn't exist, then it's the idea of something else, and it's not the idea of
Yeah. So what's special about this idea compared to like other?
Because it's a type of idea that lacks no existence.
Hang on, I was talking about the idea not lacking existence.
No, it lacks no existence.
Yeah, so there's no existence which it lacks, so it has no existence.
Yeah. So if the thing, so I can have this idea, right? Say of a maximally great being, and we can derive from that okay, if there's a thing in the world that is a maximally great being, or whatever word you want to use to refer to the thing, then here's all the attributes that I have, right? It doesn't lack any of these things, it's infinite in these ways, whatever. Great, right? That's all fine. But you can't get that there is such a thing just from you having that idea.
Well, right? If there is not such a thing, and that thing is different from what the idea is about, then that would mean that the idea is not about infinite existence anymore. So
no, hang on, but this, as I said, there's two different readings of this aboutness relation, right? You could think of it you can think of it extensionally, right? But then it's just a question of whether the thing has to exist for it to be about the thing essentially, right? But that doesn't mean, in an intentional sense, you're not having an idea of a quote unquote maximally great being, right? In the same way that, I can have an idea of unicorns, even if it's not about them extensionally, because there aren't any.
Well, the idea of a unicorn is about a unicorn, because a unicorn is just a composition of other ideas about things. You put those ideas of things together to make this.
So it's about a unicorn, and it's a way of speaking in this sort of intentional sense, right? But that's the same thing is true in the mind case, right?
Yeah, but the difference is.
But you can't infer from the fact that it's about a unicorn or that it's about a god or whatever that there actually is something with those attributes, right? In the same way that you can't infer.
Okay, so this is the point. Yeah. The idea of a unicorn is the kind of idea that can be about a unicorn, and unicorns not be a thing outside of the idea. Okay. But the idea of God is the kind of idea that does not have that. The idea of God cannot be the idea of God and not exist outside of you, because it's an infinite existence, and infinite existence lacks no existence, because if it lacked existence,
that's just the same mistake.
What's the mistake?
Well, first of all, the things are exactly the same in this respect, right? Because you can't say that, the unicorn would have to exist outside because there'd have to be a horned horse or something like that. And
no, I'm saying one lacks no existence. One essentially, in what it's about, cannot lack existence. So if you're saying what the idea is about is something which does not exist outside of your mind, then that idea is not about infinite existence, because it's an idea about something that lacks existence.
This is the same mistake
that
again.
Means necessarily to have that idea of God, he has to exist.
No, your inference only works on the extensional reading of about, right? But But I thought we agreed that you can't infer that it is about something from the concept, that it's about something in that sense.
No,
So on the intentional reading of about, you can't infer that there was something that
understanding, bro.
it's about something that would lack that property.
You're not.
But that only makes sense if we're talking extensional.
Okay, and I'm saying this idea is an idea that you can only have with that external truth. I'm saying it's definitionally true. So when you say infinite existence, just wait. I'm saying this is what I'm okay. So I'll show you. Infinite existence is defined as an existence with no limit. Okay.
Right.
This kind of existence cannot increase. Okay. If it cannot increase, then it cannot lack. Okay.
Right.
If it cannot lack, then it must have, because it does not lack. The negation of lacking something.
Yeah. If there's something of that sort,
So-
if there is something of that sort, then it can't lack, it can't be increased. Yeah, great. So
Okay,
something's of
so
that
then
sort.
therefore, essentially, for that idea to be an idea of infinite existence means it has existence outside of your mind also.
False. That's only true in the extensional reading of about, right?
No, that would mean it lacks existence if it doesn't have existence outside of your mind.
So it would. What do you mean? If there isn't a thing of that sort, then there just isn't a thing that.
Which means it lacks
existence or whatever.
existence. Which means it does not have existence. It lacks existence. Therefore, it's not infinite existence.
If there just isn't a thing of that sort, then there isn't a thing of that sort. Not a thing of that sort that like.
Okay,
lacks
therefore,
infinite
it's
existence,
not infinite existence.
When you say it there, what are you referring to?
We just defined it, an existence
We
with
defined the
no
term.
limit.
Right, so there's a question of whether there's a thing like that, right? An existence with no limits, right? You can't infer. It just did not deductively follow from the concept of a thing with no limits that there in fact is one, right? But like I say, there
you're
isn't.
not understanding. That's not the argument. The argument is that if you have this idea, what the idea is about is the kind of thing that necessarily has existence outside of the idea also. So the what it's about is not going to be different from
Look, this is
what
the
it
same
is.
mistake that I've played like 3 or 4 times. If you mean about in an extensional sense, that's correct, right? But then it's a further assumption that it is about something in an extensional sense. I would just deny that it is, and nothing about the meaning.
Okay,
of
and now
the term
and
requires
I
that it is.
said
If you
that
mean about
means-
in an intentional sense, then the conclusion just doesn't follow. So
Okay,
either way,
that
the
means-
conclusion doesn't follow.
that means the infinite existence is not infinite existence. And when you say you have an idea of infinite existence, you're wrong. Yes, because the idea of infinite existence is such that you have a mental state that has attached to what it's about. And what this idea is about is something that essentially, meaning it has to have it to be this thing. So when you're saying it's about it, it has to be about this thing also, which is
Yeah, when you say
something-
about there, do you mean in an intentional or extensional sense? Because I feel like you're not understanding the problem.
Okay, it will be extended and also intentional. It's your intention attaching to God, which is outside of you.
So if what you mean there is in an extensional sense, then it's right that if it is about something in that sense, then there would have to be something that has those attributes. But you can't infer from having the idea that it is about something in that extensional sense.
No,
So,
I'm saying it's by definition true. When you say infinite
I'll
existence,
explain why that's a non sequitur.
Okay, I'm not understanding.
Evidently.
Okay, so is anyone else understanding what he's saying?
Yeah.
Okay, explain it.
So you get this point about like unicorn versus like apple, you know. So there's okay, you can think of it this way. There's like a rule for what would count, right? If anything, as an apple or as a unicorn, right? And it can turn out that there isn't anything that counts, right? So like you can understand the rule for what it takes to count without anything counting as that thing, right?
But I agree with that.
Right. So you can understand what it would take to count as like God or the greatest conceivable being, you know, barring that that's like incoherent, and so on. You You could have a concept of a necessary existent shoe, you know. And that's just saying, like, if this sort of, you know, in order to count as this sort of thing, like these are the conditions. But that doesn't tell you that you can have an understanding of that without such a thing existing.
You couldn't have a shoe be intrinsically identical to the infinite existence because the shoe is the type of thing that by definition lacks existence. It's a physical thing, and physical things are shapes. They by definition lack some kind of existence. They're limited existences. So when you say it's an infinite existence,
limited, that's not relevant to the point.
The point is that an infinite existence would not lack existence, but a shoe does. So shoe is distinct from infinite existence. I think if you want to have
would not lack existence if it were a real thing. Right. That's like the whole point is that we're saying, like, if this thing were real, if it existed,
that's not what I'm
it
saying.
wouldn't lack existence.
That's not what I'm saying. If it were real, I'm saying
But like what
if
you're providing
the
here
idea,
is either just, but then you're either just asserting that God exists, you know, or you're telling me the rule for what counts as God.
no, I'm saying that if you have the idea of infinite existence, this thing is not physical intrinsically. I think you can maybe have some coherent account of how it's extrinsically a shoe or something like that, but that's not necessary to the infinite existence. So I could say that's possible.
No. But the concept is, this is not like a normal shoe, right? Like this idea is a very special shoe, which necessarily exists in all possible ways, and it's eternal.
But I'm not saying because it's possible it's necessary. I'm saying for the idea to be about infinite existence, it has to be about something that exists outside of the mind.
In the essential sense of about, that's correct. But once again, it's a further assumption that it is about something in that sense. And you can't infer that from having the idea that it is.
I'm saying if you have the idea about infinite existence, that's the kind of thing which necessarily does exist outside of your mind.
Once again, that inference only makes sense on the extensional sense of about. It doesn't follow on the intentional sense. It makes sense on the extensional sense. But then you have the additional assumption that it is about something in that sense. And it doesn't follow from having the concept or the idea that it is. That's a further claim.
So you're saying that the idea is not about God?
Well, let's just ask you.
In an extensional sense, yeah, in the same way the idea of a unicorn is not about a unicorn in an extensional sense, because there are no unicorns out there for the concept to be about.
Yeah,
okay, so the point is,
do you get this, like, do you think it's like logically possible that somebody has this idea of an infinite being or whatever, infinite existence, necessary existence, whatever, and that thing doesn't exist? Or do you think that's like a contradiction?
Yeah.
Okay, like why is that a contradiction?
Because infinite
He's
existence.
just gonna repeat the same thing. So
because infinite existence. Because infinite existence essentially does not lack existence. So what you're referring to, if you're referring to it, it cannot lack existence.
Why are you supposing that we're referring to it?
Okay,
just
so
assuming
I
that
asked
there
you.
is a thing
So,
there
okay,
that
so
we're
earlier when I asked you, are you saying the idea is not about God? Would you answer?
I said in the extensional sense, it's not about God. In an intention, just as a claim about the meanings.
Okay, so I'm saying what the meaning of the idea is not going to be distinct from what it is outside of the mind.
What? But then we're back to the whole thing about the meanings or whatever the concept is being identical to the thing, which is obviously not the case, right? Obviously, God is not an idea or concept in my mind. That's ridiculous.
He's identical to what it's about.
In an extensional sense, that would be the case, but then we're going back to the extensional reading and I explained how that doesn't follow. So,
you're not understanding what I'm saying.
You keep flipping back and forth between the extensional and intentional reading of about, and either way it doesn't follow.
Because the argument is inferring the external necessarily from the internal,
right,
or the intentional.
Mm-hmm.
That's the whole point of the argument. I understand you're saying that intentional doesn't lead to the external or extensional, but I'm saying this kind of idea necessarily does, because it's the kind of idea that lacks no existence.
But the idea itself can lack existence, because that's just something going on in my head. But if we're talking about what the idea is about, cannot lack existence, then we have to return to this, what sense of about. In the extensional sense, that's true, right? So you can infer that if it is about something extensionally, then there have to be something that doesn't lack existence. But that's a claim that doesn't follow from the context. I'm just going to deny that it's about something in that sense. If we're talking about the intentional sense of about, then it's just a category mistake to say that there have to be a thing that has those attributes, right? That just doesn't follow from it being intentional. So either way, the argument doesn't go through. And I'm trying to show that like it has to be one sense of these senses of about, unless you're talking about something wholly different that I don't understand. But either way, the argument just does not go through.
So when you say it's intentionally about God, that means what it's about is something that exists outside of the mind, because
no, that's not an intentional sense of about then.
No, necessarily it is, because it's the kind of thing that doesn't.
But if we're talking about intentional sense of aboutness, and you're not just citing facts about like what the term means and like stuff like that, then and instead you're saying like, oh, there would have to be this thing that it's about. Back to the extensional sense of about, right? So like what a thing out there that the term, anyway, whatever.
He's like not in the room now. I don't know if his phone died or something. It seemed like he was like right in the middle of something, so I imagine he didn't mean. Yeah, that's a painful argument, right?
What's funny is that this is not, by far, not the first time I've been through the same point with people before.
You listen to that Malpass versus, what is his name? It's like Carlo Alvaro, I think.
Yeah, that was.
This was like a couple months
that
ago.
Was horrible. That was
oh my god. Yeah, that's one of the worst I've ever heard. I couldn't believe how hard that guy was.
Yeah, that guy was not good. He also did an episode on that NC podcast as well, though I didn't bring myself to watch it.
Yeah, I've seen like a handful of interviews on that channel, so I don't like it doesn't get fed to me in my algorithm very much.
Yeah. I did one.
I think I watched that thing.
It was just about mostly the creeper stuff, but some related thing. Call the Fenton,
Yeah, the stuff Malpass was talking about the other day sounded like a lot of the same kind of stuff to me. I don't know, I'm like fascinated by like how many different facets are perceived to belong to this whole class of arguments, you know? It's kind of interesting that it goes on forever. What was the thing he was talking about? It was like, hold on. The infinite countdown. Oh, it was like the why didn't you finish yesterday shit. Like, oh.
Yeah.
I told him I do think it's just that, like, you know, if I tell you a countdown starts from 10, you know, and each day they say another number, and then I'm like, okay, well now 11 days have passed, so have they finished? And it's like, yeah, they finished. Yeah, finished yesterday or whatever. But basically that whole thing relies on this conditional that refers to the starting point, you know? And so it just doesn't work when there isn't a starting point, you know? And so it seems like they're just kind of extrapolating from those sorts of cases to the infinite case.
Something like that.
Yeah, Andrew Luck, huh? We should try to pretend, we should give him like a fake name and you can wear a mask and stuff, you know? You can wear like a door mask when you debate him.
That's right.
This is Nacho Libre. You be debated.
Do I have to put on an accent too?
Of course. It has to be Canadian Catholic.
Hello everybody. Welcome to the debate on the... Yeah.
Oh Jesus.
Today we're going to be talking about the company.
Somebody posted a picture where somebody had like mashed you with Canadian Catholic together. And there's like,
Well, there was the DGH one. There was, I guess not really a mash, but like the face-off thing, you know.
Yeah. This one was like the main picture was like you sitting in your chair, but then the face is like morphed in basically into like Canadian Catholic's face. And it's like eerie looking. Kind of looks like Leonardo DiCaprio a little bit, you know, when you see Canadians like face on like a normal person's head. Like he would have been, if he was in shape, he probably would have been a pretty handsome dude. Unfortunate.
Yeah.
You got into it with him over reparations. Wait, which side was Jason on? I assume he was on like the anti-reparations team. Okay. There's been a lot of silly nonsense going on. So much silly nonsense.
Indeed.
Do you think what do you think the over under is on like everybody goes back to this? Give it a month.
Something like that, maybe.
What do you say?
No, I just said silly boys everywhere. I'm next to my girlfriend though, so I can't talk much.
Oh, you're good. You're good. Roger, you need to wrestle Andrew Loke into debating the Troyer somehow. We need to like.
No,
you
you got the order the wrong way around. I would need to wrestle Destroyer into debating Loke.
Wait, I agreed to it. Mason tried to set it up and Loke declined.
Oh, right. I tried to set up too, and then he asked what terminal degree you have.
Wow.
That's
Wait, did he really say that?
Wait, let me pull up the message.
That's crazy. He knows who he is. He knows who he is.
Hang on, one sec.
Andrew Loke has responded to Destroyer like 500 times.
He said, hang on. I asked him this. Yeah, okay, so I actually DM'd him more than I expected, okay. He agreed that Craig lost the Malpass debate, by the way. Oh yeah, he said, does he have a PhD? Yeah.
That's crazy.
Destroyer, you just need to go get one of those diploma mill PhDs and then you can just say
yeah. I'll do the, the Kitover, like, Patriot Bible, whatever the fuck,
Like, yeah, my, master's in philosophy, my PhD is in, like, bullshitto theology.
Indeed.
I would even want to debate Andrew Loke. Like, not
That'd be funny. It'd be content.
For what? Like torture material?
I have it. Maybe I could like play it. I have a debate on my laptop of Richard Carrier debating Loke.
Please don't play that.
Oh.
Yeah, but Carrier's philosophical takes are,
too wild. Yeah.
Probably a little too wild even for you.
Yeah, even for me. Speaking of wild, yes, Sully, come to the Lydia McGrew thing tomorrow.
Oh yeah, I'll come to it. You gotta invite Dave Palmer.
Oh yeah, he's the third member of the McGrewian Trinity.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's the McGrew thing?
I host a reading group, and I'm hosting Lydia McGrew present the maximalist case for the resurrection.
Oh no.
Yeah, and Draper's gonna come.
Paul Draper?
Yep.
No, he wouldn't.
Yep, he's coming. Well, he said he's gonna come. He said he's gonna try.
Yeah, they're doing a joke, but never mind.
Yeah, this was the Paul Draper joke.
Yeah.
It's a tough name. It's a tough name. It's not as bad as like Tuggy. That's a fucking horrible name.
Dale Tuggy.
Dumsday, horrible name.
Oh yeah, Dumsday. Yeah.
I just feel bad for some people with names like that.
Yeah, my God. It's hard.
There's some politician running in like a primary. His last name was like Poindexter. That's what they keep.
It's pretty grim.
Patrick or otherwise.
So, what do you think will be the next thing after? What do you think will be if you defeat awesome theistic evidence, Roger?
Yeah.
Like,
what's
the next thing? Yeah.
Yeah. So it's my next shtick is the argument I told you about yesterday.
I'm gonna refresh me because I'm forgetting.
Okay. So my next shtick is skeptical naturalism.
Oh right. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. It sounded interesting.
I pressed it by. So normally, if what I do is because I acknowledge that a lot of my take, it's like throwing spaghetti. You do some reading, you kind of do a bong rip, and then you try to see if your ideas are worth anything. So I run them by a few people before especially Clubhouse. But like I read it by Ryan Mullins, Matthew Viermeyer, Felipe, and Perry, and they all liked it. So I was like, okay, maybe this is promising. So I think that's the next step. Skeptical naturalism.
Yeah, it's an interesting little. So Destroyer, what do you think about this? It's like if skeptical theism works, then skeptical naturalism works, and so you can just be a naturalist and be like, yeah, we're not in a position to think we should. No, like. I guess this is going to be a rejoinder to things like fine tuning, right?
It's like McGinn's. It's like you take McGinn. McGinn called it transcendental naturalism in 1993, which I think is a terrible name. And he didn't see himself as responding to theists. He was mainly dealing with things like free will, a priori, consciousness, etc., like the general problems of philosophy. But yeah, that's the general idea. Is like, okay, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. If you want to run skeptical theism, I could run skeptical naturalism, and if you tell me like, explain fine tuning, explain psychophysical harmony, explain free will, explain psychonomic harmony, I could be like, we're cognitively close to the solution, type C physicalist style.
Mm-hmm. What do you think about this, Peter?
Yeah. Well, I guess I'm not a skeptical naturalist, but I guess that people would want to, maybe they'd want to press that the skeptical theist view is more motivated or more plausible given theism than skeptical naturalism is.
But then the question is, what would justify that being more motivated, right? That doesn't rely on dubious claims about divine psychology.
Well, it might be a little dubious.
Exactly. So the thought is that either the symmetry breaker is going to rely on divine psychology, or it's not. If it relies on divine psychology, then like yikes. If the symmetry breaker doesn't rely on divine psychology, then it's going to probably be ineffective as well. So any objection that I think you launch against skeptical naturalism will serve equally as an objection against skeptical theism. But plausibly, many theists are keen on preserving skeptical theism. So I think skeptical naturalism is the next move. And as a side note, Nagasawa thinks this is there is parity here, right? So if you read his paper where he compares the problem of consciousness to the problem of evil, he says that type C physicalism and skeptical theism are basically the same view. Now, if you think that, the question is, how far can you push that parity? Because if you push it far enough, a lot of these evidential arguments are just like, you could have this like epistemic type of answer to them. Now, it's not to say that that answer is going to like persuade everyone or whatever. It's not saying that. It's saying if you already have the skeptical theist intuitions, this is a perfectly dialectically permissible move for the naturalist to make.
Yeah, maybe.
In the same way that, for instance, like, it's a perfectly, like, people disagree with McGinn, like, sure, I mean, that's fine, but it's a view, like, you know, Chomsky agrees with it, and McGinn agrees with it, and Pinker agrees with it, and language, you know, whatever, but, like, presumably you can take that position, oh my god, you know, presumably you could take that position in like fine-tuning. Like there is a solution to the fine-tuning problem, maybe, but we're just cognitively close to it. And then in order to fill those details out, and I'm going to talk with Graham about this tomorrow, like you just give whatever McGinn gives in 1993. You're like, yep, here you go, here's your answer. Or, and then you notice, those reasons are basically very similar to the reasons that the skeptical theists give. And it's like this deflationary answer where you're like, yeah, there's a solution, but like, I'm not required to give it to you. So it's like almost quiet testing us in a way.
I mean, I guess oh, go ahead.
Yeah. No, I don't know. I mean, part of that seems okay, but I think there's still more to say. I think there's still more to say about the plausibility of the skeptical stance in the naturalist case.
I don't think I'll ever be able to fully persuade you of anything, but if I could get you to say like, yeah, you know, there's a half of an ounce of an inch of a crumb of that's plausible, then you know what, I'll take that.
Yeah.
I mean, I think I probably lean like that if the move is meant to like get them to drop the skeptical theist stuff, then okay, now they're in the position of having to respond to like the evidence for problem of evil, and then we're still in a position of having to respond to all these other arguments and yada yada yada. But I mean, maybe it's a move where it's like an objection, it's framed as like an objection to skeptical theism. But I will say, like, I think maybe there are better ones available.
Well, it's not an objection, I think, to skeptical theism per se, because it's basically saying, because the second premise of the argument is you should think that skeptical theism defeats the problem of evil, or like it's reasonable to think that it defeats the problem of evil.
Yeah, I don't.
And yeah, of course you don't agree with that. I mean, like, you know, you and I have discussed this. So if you think that,
but that's just to offer a good. They think there's a good enough motivation for skeptical theism, right? But then that, like, they're going to want to say, oh, there is a good enough motivation for that, but there isn't a good enough motivation for skeptical naturalism, yada yada yada.
Yeah.
But then the dispute just turns on like whether the.
Yeah, so there's where we're gonna we disagree, because like you basically have to just look at people like McGinn and Chomsky, and you'd be like, yeah, no, this is like an independent. It's not an ad hoc view. Like the skeptical naturalism was a view that was developed independently of the philosophy of religion debate. It's existed since like the 80s, you know. So the idea, yeah, it's
the thing that I think like.
Yeah, the history of it doesn't necessarily. I mean, it's equally motivated.
Well, I
mean, well, it's motivated.
I know that you were drawing
in
the
the sense that
with like type C physicalism, but that has like a slightly different.
Well, no, it is if you are a type C physicalist, so Nagasawa thinks that type C physicalism and skeptical theism are basically like the same view, or like they're similar strategies.
He's probably wrong about that. but
the
thing
I do.
I think what they're gonna say to you on this, is like, okay, but look, naturalism, like natural facts, are more open to like empirical and scientific investigation than divine facts about God's moral reasons or something, right? So they're gonna say that it's symmetry just in virtue of that.
Yeah. So sure, I think that. I mean, I haven't. This part, I haven't.
Fully worked out.
Yeah, I don't have this fully worked out yet because it's something that like I thought of and I was like, oh wait, hang on, like, you're gonna have to. Basically, it's just like if you think that McGinn's position is and Chomsky, if you think like McGinn and Chomsky, and I think Ludlow is a little bit like this as well. If you think like that group of people have like a respectable view, like it's rational to hold that view, which is a super low bar, I think, right? Then you could just be like, yeah, there might be other, quote, hard problems. And you just are Mysterian about those as well. And that's exactly what McGinn says. He's like, free will might be a hard problem. And then, like, the a priori might be a hard problem. Like, and all this other shit. And then you're like, yeah, and if you have that kind of view, which is sort of just like philosophical pessimism of a kind, at least epistemically speaking, then yeah, it's at least it's a coherent view. It's defended by serious people. So yeah, I don't know. Like, I think it's not a crazy stretch.
I think it's coherent. I just think that it's like so basically, it's for similar reasons that you're kind of interested in. It's like the issue for me with skeptical theism is like you're cutting your own legs up. So basically you're undercutting your justifications for theism in the first place in a lot of cases with skeptical theism. Not with every argument, but with a lot of them. And so like that seems to be an issue. And so it's like I don't want to adopt a view like that. I don't want to adopt a view where I can't like reason in these ways where like, I have to make like a priori arguments only.
Yeah, fair. So, I think I'm kind of like I'm sympathetic with Perry. I think that his version of skeptical theism is probably right. If you were a theist, I think that that's what you should go for. I think you should be a skeptical theist. A lot of people disagree with that, but like whatever. However, I think so. There are two ways of doing this. So one is to go conditional. And the conditional way of going is just to say, like, yeah, if you find skeptical theism plausible, blah, 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 right? The second way of going is just to say, like, independently, like, look, like, if you think that type C physicalism is a view, then there are these, like, epistemic responses that are perfectly respectable against, for instance, fine-tuning that the literature has really not canvassed. So I think I would divide the literature into, and again, I like this talk, I think it's useful from Hud Hudson, people who attack the low probability premise, or people like, Dan, and Sober and whatnot. Well, Sober attacks the high probability premise as well, but like, and then people who attack the high probability premise, like myself and Neil Manson to a certain degree, and Nunley as well. And I think that like there's this further way. Yeah, and then you could also attack. Sure. Then you could also
essentially my response is that.
Yeah, and then, but then attacking the prior is sort of like independent of the fine-tuning argument, if that makes sense. Like I attack the prior too with my responsibility argument, technically.
So. Well, but I think the point for the fine-tuning argument is that the argument at least implicitly requires a sort of constraint on the priors. So I'm attacking that constraint.
Oh, okay. I sort of misunderstood you. I was understanding you as saying something like the prior of theism be, and then I'm like, well, if you have an incoherence argument, the prior of theism is going to be zero.
Incoherence is like the Draper low priors thing, where he's saying like you have fair design and fair non-design.
Oh yeah. I don't know. I don't know if Oppie and I are deeply skeptical about this shit. As a side note, Miles and Oppie are going to have a discussion, I believe, in November, discussing whether Bayesianism is useful in philosophy of religion. And I convinced Miles to pick that topic. He was like, "What topic should I do?" I was like, "Do this one." So there's that. But an additional thing is, I'm kind of skeptical about a lot of these Draperian moves. Like, I just don't. When he says like theories have intrinsic probabilities, I think it's very suspicious. Like, what do you mean? Like a theory has like an intrinsic probability? Like, I don't know. It's just bizarre to me. Then again, I'm slowly becoming a Nortonian with inductive inferences, so I think that a lot of this shit is suspect. But
might be something there.
Well, like if you look at, okay, so just to repeat the Norton stuff because I think it's interesting, is that if you look at what justifies the inductive inference in a lot of cases, really it supervenes on the background facts, and there's nothing more to the inductive inference that's like doing the work in the background than the material facts of the case. So, like you take a classic inductive inference, something like you go from some F's or G's to all F's or G's. Okay, so some gallium melts at 86 degrees Fahrenheit, therefore all gallium melts at 86 degrees Fahrenheit. Yeah, that seems like a fair inference because gallium's an element, and the material facts about how elements behave, and it's like basically a natural kind, and et cetera, et cetera. Okay, so the inference, what justifies the inference? The material facts of the case. Okay, here's another one. Liquids melt at 86 degrees Fahrenheit. All right, well, like that's not right. Or like liquids evaporate, at the 80. Okay, that doesn't seem right. Or some do, therefore all do. Or like some food melts at 86 degrees Fahrenheit, therefore all the food melts at 86 degrees Fahrenheit. That inference isn't good because we know things about food that plainly seem to suggest that such inferences are mistaken. And so
even if we didn't know those things about food, we wouldn't have the background knowledge that would support the inductive inference.
Yeah, anyway. Exactly. Yeah. So you either don't have access to the background facts that warrant the inductive inference, or the background facts speak against such inductive inferences being valid, right? So, or being applicable, right? So it's one of the two. And what I'm thinking of is that in a lot of these cases, it kind of is like with the Bayesians, it's like you have a hammer and everything looks like a nail, but what actually justifies whether the application of Bayesianism is appropriate is whether we have access to the material facts, the domain-specific facts in the case. And in a lot of these instances, for instance, with like theism, I just don't think you do. Like, I just don't think there's nothing there that justifies the application of a particular inductive schema. And so you're just like, we're having this like false level of precision that's adding a mathematical veneer to something that really is unjustified.
Yeah, I mean, I probably agree.
Yeah, well, Norton's great. I mean, I think he's one of the best philosophers of science alive. And the material theory of induction is pretty good. I mean, like, you look at, like, for instance, like, Bayesianism is really, really good,
when you're like trying to calculate, demographic statistics or like false positives in medical testing, or things where like you have numbers, like or like election result stuff. Like it's really good there because you have the facts and you just kind of like plug the numbers in and then you get a result. But when you're doing it with like what's the prior probability, for instance, that you have like bare design, or like what's the prior probability, that there's a God who would be worthy of worship. It's like, what the fuck are you even talking about? And I think that because we don't have access to that information, it's like, hard. But then there are these further problems, which is like, probability model shit. I don't know, like when you're specifying, like, because I think that obviously, probabilities are indexed to a domain, but it's hard to have like a justified domain here, or like to adequately specify the probability space. And when you don't do that, it's like unclear what you're even talking about or what you're even like counting. So it feels like what Draper does, which I'm not a fan of, is that he buys too much into this like probability as the magical elixir that's going to save naturalism from the grips of theism. And I think that what we should be doing is questioning whether or not like we should even be talking probabilistically in this area. Like why should I think that this is useful?
Yeah. I mean, I'm inclined to say that it's maybe not that useful, but also that, like, you could assign plausible, well, relative. Plausible here is going to be somewhat subjective, but,
Yeah, exactly.
plausible,
That's the problem.
yeah, I mean, but, I don't think we're barred from reasoning probabilistically. I just, I guess like.
Well, it's a question of like, it's not a question of like we're barred from reasoning probabilistically. It's a question of like, do you have could there be a non-arbitrary probabilistic model, like probability model, that, and then when you realize that all of this probabilistic talk just comes down to you have certain subjective, you have certain intuitions that you're funneling through this mathematical calculus, and then I have other ones that are funneled through this mathematical calculus, and then what we do is we have to determine, whose, probability function we should prefer. It's just, it's like a little, or like whose probability measure we should prefer. It's a little bit like, okay, well, like, what did the introduction of probability even really do here? Right, like all it did was.
Yeah, well, I think they're going to want to say that. Typically, you want to say that actually I have certain commitments that are going to be in tension with the assignments that I'm reporting in this case, or something like that.
Yeah,
I mean, yeah, but anyway. So I gotta go. I'm gonna eat, but I'll be back in a minute.
Yeah, okay, go bang.
You know when you need
to here we go. Bring Felipe up. Give him mods. Where's Felipe? Oh, he was in here for like literally 1 second. By the way, I'm glad that my campaign worked, because now you have mods.
Yeah, I made this room. There's a little pop-up room because Andrew picked me.
Yeah, because Andrew's being a little
bitch. Andrew's a little bitch. Yeah, no,
yeah, there was a whole talk about you in the upper room. It was like going on for 30 minutes.
Oh, I'm sure. Andrew was very.
Because you were talking about the problem of evil.
Yeah. It all like popped off because of that. It was very strange. Anyway,
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Shit, I lost my train of thought though. Fuck, I had like another thing to say about this whole business we were just talking about. Fuck.
Yeah, wait, let me pull up my nonsense, because I recently refined this section of my paper, so I could kind of like summarize it. It was like a whole to-do writing it. All right, so basically, hang on, let me do this. I sent it to you. Well, no, you're on my emails, but I didn't really specify it in the email. No, actually, I did. Anyway, with the inscrutability stuff, the worry is that, like, okay, so there are three worries. So, like, take psychophysical harmony as an example. Here's question one. How many ways could God have made the psychophysical laws harmonious? So it seems like we don't know the answer to that question. So to the best of our knowledge, God could have an infinite way or a finite way of doing them, or he could have only one. So this is the main point. The sample space could include like divine choices, divine values, divine reasons, divine obligations, possible universes, possible laws, possible people, or just like other shit we haven't thought of. But the probabilities in question depend on how we construct that sample space. So if we lack a justification for thinking that like the sample space represents like the relevant divine options, then we lack a justification for thinking that the probabilities are justified as well. So if someone's like, oh yeah, well, you know, I don't know, psychophysical harmony is like more likely on theism than it is in naturalism, I'm gonna be like, well, what's included in the sample space? Is it universes? Is it people? Is it thoughts? Is it reasons? Is it all of them? Like, what are you even counting?
Yeah, sure. I mean, basically,
so it's a problem.
The way I look at it is that it's a problem, let's grant that it's a problem. I still think, like, I can play that game and still win. That's kind of how I look at it. Or it's like, yeah, sure, the whole enterprise may be, like, wrought with a bunch of hand-wavy bullshit, you know? But it's like, I can also beat you at the hand-wavy probability bullshit. And
yeah, so
like,
yeah, that's fair.
You know, do you remember when Cameron Petrucci did like this video where he made like a Bayesian calculator? He started putting
that
in.
That was so cringe.
You could so easily do that the other way, where you just go like, okay, yeah, so we're gonna charitably give psychophysical harmony like 1 billion points, and we're gonna, you know, we're gonna give 1 billion points to fine tuning, and then it's just like go through an enormous list of evil shit or suffering.
What about that thing where he posted a YouTube thumbnail, and in the thumbnail the percentages don't add to 1?
Oh, I didn't even see that. That's hilarious.
Wait. I'm gonna put it. I'm gonna send you the screenshot of it, and you can maybe, you know, I'll put it as my profile photo. I'll send it to you on Discord. They don't even add to 1. He puts 99.99 and then 0.001. That doesn't add to 1.
Oh, right. It should be 10.
And like, you'd think, you know, you'd check that, right?
Yeah, that's pretty funny.
The next time he makes a ridiculous Facebook comment, I'm gonna be like, he's like, you don't know how like intellectually serious and complicated the Bayesian is. I'm like, yeah, and you can't add that like 99.99. It's 0.01 to get to 1.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Yeah, I mean that's.
Where's the missing 0.009 here?
Yeah, where did it go? Where did the Malaysian Airlines flight go? But I mean, it's a valid. Wait, hang on. Hang on. Perry sent me a giant message. I'm editing a special issue of Theologica.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so it's going to be on theism and moral responsibility, and we're thinking about which authors to invite.
That's pretty dope. That's like, I haven't actually read much on that whole, you 100% read like, you know, tomes more than I have about that topic, so I don't even know if I have much of interest to say, you know,
Well,
about God and
so, I could tell you who we're gonna try to invite. Hang on, I wrote it down. So Fisher, Oppie, Swinburne, Craig, Rasmussen, and Mullins. I don't know if they'll do it, but that's the list. And then obviously we're gonna invite you to write an article for the show.
We need to get Michael Humer versus like the strongest anti-PC person we can find.
Oh, why don't we invite Humer? Humer would be a good person. Okay, yeah, Mike Humer's a moment. It's funny how he's like, I'm really smart. But he's kind of right. But he just says it. Like, if you read the back of his book, he's like, why should you believe me? I'm really smart.
Oh my god. I saw some, it was like odd, like he is kind of funny, but like, he just said like retard one time, like in an interview, and I was like, damn. Like, he was like, I forget the context he said it in.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
I think he was giving like caveats to like a thought experiment, and he's like assuming this and assuming that, and like assuming they're not like retarded or something, and then like he just keeps.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Oh god.
He does thought experiments like from the hip. He's like a quick draw with his like thought experiments. He's constantly cooking them up.
So
he's just like, oh yeah, you gotta reply to me. Here's like 10 thought experiments.
Do you want to hear a thought experiment from one of Steve's books?
Sure.
Wait, let me pull it up. I am a connoisseur of Steve thought experiments, by the way. Here we go. Good thing, okay. I know like all of them. Okay. Teen anal intercourse. The only way for a sick man, this is from Rutledge.
Oh my gosh.
The only way for a sick man suffering from a rare disease to survive is to have anal intercourse with a woman who has a rare combination of immunities. She has not tried anal intercourse, but knows she would not enjoy it. That said, she would prefer it to 9 months of unwanted pregnancy. Now, there's a footnote to that. There's a footnote. You want to know the footnote to the thought experiment?
I don't. I'm afraid, man.
Okay, here we go. He goes, as a side note, this is the footnote. Plenty of women appear to enjoy sex episodes that include anal sex. Consider it's like a long paragraph about how women actually enjoy anal sex.
It's wild.
Wait, let me, I'm gonna send you the screenshot.
The reviewers were just like, yeah, this is fine.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, we wrote the book like a year to 2 years ago, so I don't even remember like if we have any. We probably have at least one ridiculous thought experiment.
Yeah, like that.
I feel like you should debate Perry.
About what, God? But
no, skeptical theism.
Oh, is he a skeptical theist?
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be pretty.
Well, he's like the skeptical theist.
Yeah, I was gonna say, didn't he like write like the SCP article or some shit?
Oh, that was Tim Perrine. Tim Perrine.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. He could have written it as well. He's just.
Oh, you know who I'm thinking of? I'm thinking of fucking Trent Doherty. I think he wrote the old one.
Oh yeah, but then he got canceled because he got a student pregnant or something.
Yeah, I'm just getting my people crossed. Yeah. So yeah, Perry. I actually don't know a lot about him. I've heard him talk a few times, but like I don't know the particulars of it.
Hang on, I'm talking to Perry. He said he might come on later.
I'm probably gonna have to close this one soon, just because I I don't know. It's like if I don't run the room, like there's not a lot of people, so it's gonna be like silent anyway, and I gotta hop off personally soon. So,
Okay.
but yeah, I mean, I have like 5 minutes.
Free. Like, okay. Yeah, because it's not the Andrew Battle Dome.
Yeah, when it's a bigger active room, you can like step away.
Yeah. By the way, Perry says if you don't have at least, I think, 3 kids, you're single. Yeah, which is, I don't know, maybe true. Yeah, I'm amping you up to Perry right now.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
I doubt that I would be like. I doubt that I'd be like any sort of like match for him on that issue. Yeah. At least not for like.
To know what your
rate of
objection
like.
is.
Well, I don't know if I want to debate Perry Hendricks Roger. I mean, maybe talk to him. I don't know.
Or just talk to him. Yeah. What's your objection to skeptical theism?
So, it's a broad umbrella of ways in which skeptical theism undercuts other evidential arguments for theism, right?
Okay.
So that's like broadly like what I think is wrong with the position is that like it seems to undercut a lot of the strongest even support for theism in the first place. Now, like obviously I don't know, like I don't want to do all my caveats and you're trying to amp up a disagreement here, but like I
DM'd him
if you invoke something
in
like
his book where he tries to. He goes, that's a real worry, so he's not a crank.
I think like one could like appeal to things like revelation, and that kind of stuff. So just to secure theism, right? So like I'm not saying you would have to lose all the arguments for theism, but just a certain class of arguments that are by a lot of people regarded as like the best ones, but you might disagree and think like they're not the best ones and that like actually, there are better ones, or I just have like privileged epistemic access to like special revelations from God, and so I am like rational to still believe in theism even though I can't run these arguments or whatever.
He said, if it happens, it happens.
So I didn't like sign up for this, Roger. You're throwing me into the lion's den with like.
That's what I do. That's what I do. That's like my thing is I'm like I take random people and I'm like, hey you right now, go debate proofs. Right now. I don't know. It's like a refined version of Andrew where I'm like, all right, Tim Perrine, get up here. Okay, Rubber Coons, get up here. Debate the frog.
Yeah, I mean, maybe if it was like, if it was not just if I wasn't being singled out as the only like non-professional philosopher in the room, like if there were like.
Do you have I don't know, like abortion? Do you have views on that?
I mean, I'm pro-choice.
Oh, he's radically pro-life.
Why are you trying to get me into a fight?
Why am I trying to get you into? Because you're smart and you should fucking own it. He goes, here's my attempt to square it. God is maximally great, so we'd expect him to create worlds that resemble him in important respects. This makes it so some natural theology can work if reframed, and also some arguments for atheism. That's what he said.
Oh, sorry, what was the very first thing?
How about I'll paste it in chat.
Okay.
This is what Perry said. That's Perry.
That's very cryptic. It's very cryptic. I don't know what you're making. So God's maximally great. Okay, alright. So we'd expect the free will to resemble him accordingly. Okay. Just make it so some natural theology work if reframed. I don't know. That's it. The last part there is just like not. I don't know what to make of that.
So basically, what he thinks is that like God's really good, so he's gonna do good shit, right? But if him being good, he does good shit, then you can imagine like he would create conscious beings because conscious beings are good, because they resemble him and he's the good. So it's like the resemblance response.
Okay. So maybe when he's saying, and also some arguments for atheism, he's thinking of like how I would set up the evidential problem of evil. Which is basically just adopting this whole like value selection idea for doing like the probabilities, I guess. Is he into that stuff, or is he?
He's a probability guy.
Yeah, because it seems like that does just like, I'm fine arguing in that territory where it's just like, okay, well, we model theism as value selection, and so that's how we get a grip on the probabilities, and we just go like, okay, is thing valuable? Yes or no? If it is, it's more likely. If no, then either it's neutral or it's less likely if it's like bad or whatever, And then then we're off to the races. We can do. You give me all the good stuff. I'll give you all the bad stuff. We'll exchange on that to see like who wins. But then the point I think is that the tie there, like the person like providing the examples or the data of evil, the disvaluable things in the world, to say, see, this is unexpected on value selection. They don't actually have to go so far as to prove like disvalue selection, right? Because you could go all the way to the other side and say like, no, it's like something selecting for like disvaluable shit. And in fact, all they want to do for atheism or naturalism or whatever is get to like the middle somewhere, in this kind of tug of war where we're throwing valuable and disvaluable features of the world at each other. Like, okay, but value indifference only needs a tie. So if it even looks like a tie, like I win.
Right. Okay.
Probably a little wordy. I need to.
No. I could summarize
more
it. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
For you, Roger, I gotta get off mic. So,
yeah. Okay, go do your thing.
I'm probably gonna go try to listen in the other room and see if they pick me again.
Yeah. Why don't you? Yeah, you can go listen in the other room, and then I can say that you deserve mods. All right.
Yeah.
All right. Bye.
That's basically, you buy the land, you're gonna build it, you build it, and you don't have a buyer at the moment. You're a speculator.
Is that what it is?
Yeah. It's not specifications. It's speculator.
So when my cousin was looking for a home in when they were house shopping in Atlanta, the realtor was calling. He called in different subdivisions, the newer ones. He would point out these homes, and he would say that's a spec home. And I thought that meant like the homes that were on like the smallest piece of land, where like in the whole subdivision, like if it's like a 15 to 20 home subdivision, the one that was on the smallest piece of land that they kind of just. Yeah, that's what I thought, because it was like that one just looked like it had like it didn't have the nicest layout. It was like the smallest layout. They were trying to like, make use of the last little piece of the lot. That's what I thought it was. because it seemed like every time she would point out, like, oh, that's a spec home, it just seemed like it was the least nice out of all of them, on the smallest piece of land, almost like on a corner or something, where they were like, we can squeeze a home on here, but it's not going to be the nicest.
Yeah,
That's what I thought a spec home was.
Those are the investors. So I could build a house for somebody else, or I can build it for myself, not to live in, but to resell. And so if I build it to resell, that's a spec home.
Okay.
What suburb of Atlanta were they in? Lawrenceville?
No, actually, this was like, I don't even know what it's called, but it's like at the intersection of Camp Creek and Cascade, like on the outer sides of
How far is it from downtown?
Maybe 10, 15 minutes. It's an old subdivision now, but back then it was fairly new. So yeah, because Camp Creek is all built up now.
So but you should have a warranty, and I think roofs. But you could have like a manufacturer warranty on because it'll be okay. Did the installer mess up, or did the product fail? And your product will have a much longer warranty than your installment warranty, and then the installment would be based on the local code customs and whatnot. And if it was a faulty install, then I think you should have some recourse where it's not on you, especially given that like the roof should have like a 20-year life at least. Shingles, 20 to 30-year life for shingles. So you might be able to do something.
Yeah, he told me
if it had like
He told me, yeah, that's what he said. He said they could do something with the tiles, but the install was a little shoddy. So, but I think the tiles I can get. Yeah, I think you're right. I think the tiles are like 20 years or something like that. But I think I got to pay for the labor and the install. I think that's what they told me. I don't know. I got to look into it. I only got that part fixed. But the guy, when he was up there, he was like, man, I got to come back and do this whole thing. Like, let me know when you want to write this
but
check.
they do that. They do that to look. Even us in the game, in the industry, that if you end up with a trade that you're not like comfortable with, they'll try to bamboozle us as general contractors. So that a homeowner is even more ripe for the pick.
Yes.
So you got to get 2 and 3 evaluations before you can pronounce yourself in a really shitty situation.
That's
the
really
biggest.
nice.
Yeah.
I'm so
Yeah, I
glad I
imagine
don't
that.
have to deal.
I imagine contractors are even more devilish than mechanics on some of this stuff.
You know how many times I've had clients do a whole renovation and then fire the contractor and do a second whole renovation? It's
Every day. And I hear the stories and I'm like, how did this happen? How did this happen again after everybody knows? You don't give the guy all the money up front. You don't do this, you don't do that. Everybody's heard the horror stories, and yet you hear the same exact horror story over and over and over again.
but they did the work, or they're making progress. The people don't live there, so they go check on it and they're like, hey, this isn't coming along great, can you fix this, this, and this? And like, yeah, we'll take care of it, it's gonna look great. And then like 2 months later, the woodworking guy out of Asheville, North Carolina, he had a flood, so the cabinets that were going to be made, we can't get them shipped up here. It's like all this shit, and then you're 7/8 of the way through, and then they're like, fuck it, we're just going to get a whole new architect, contractor, rip this all up and start again.
That's insane. Because usually the architect is not the bad guy. He's like the closest guy to the owner. He's the one who drew the vision. It's usually the people that you hate the most is the contractor and the subcontractors. to get rid of the architect, he had to have screwed up.
Yeah, but it's
So,
like sometimes
profound.
design and build, like the design and
Oh
build.
yeah, that's how they
They
get.
want
Okay,
you.
yeah. Spiritus, have you ever thought, because the cure to a lot of issues, I think, could be a good owner's rep who is basically the educated liaison between the owner and all the other construction professionals.
I would
Because
never get involved in that.
have you ever done it?
No, I'm never getting involved in that.
Oh, okay, I got you.
Too much shit that, and a lot of shit I just don't know.
Gotta slow down any type of useful conversation. I'm just saying.
You said it. Actually, I do not engage. I don't know why you guys keep engaging with that cool, but hey, keep doing you.
I think people like Norm and Sam, they do know, and they are completely aware. They just don't give a fuck. they just don't give a fuck. Those are the type of white people where you got people like white people like April who don't want to associate with white people like that because they actually make them look bad, you know. And for those who are our allies, you know, they see what it is, and you can tell because they're even tired of the bullshit. They're tired of.
He don't make me look bad for shit. Fuck
Don't make
Norm.
April look bad.
Hell no.
Well, when I
don't make April look bad.
I know
Yeah,
what
when
you're
I-
saying. Fuck
Themselves
Norm.
look bad. That's what they do.
Yeah, they make themselves look bad. You're right.
But
You're
they do make, you know, because it is all white people till it's no white people, right? It's just, those kind of conversations don't bother me because I'm not him. I'm not in his group. And his group is, didn't Marlene say it? Ghoul. He's a ghoul. Ghoul. That's what the fuck he is.
Bull, right. I use that.
Well, now that the ghouls are gone, so we're back at the question: Did we lose our other Republican?
Yeah, Norm. I kicked Norm down the day he left her.
I'm talking about Julian. Y'all be
Omari's here. Julian's here. Omari's on stage. You got two Republicans.
Thank the Lord, because I mean, what?
I wouldn't say I'm a Republican. I'm an independent.
You wouldn't say it now.
No,
You wouldn't
no,
say it
Julian.
now. Oh, I remember you
Julian,
from last
stop.
year. I remember you voting for Trump and all that shit.
No, he said independent can vote for Trump. Is what Julian
Oh, is
said.
that what he do? Julian know he a Trumper then. He know he at least a Trumper.
Okay, so I don't have a problem with Julian.
Oh yeah, you are. You voted for him. You got it. You got this. This one's on you, Julian. You can't get out of it.
I don't have a problem with listening to Julian because now he's basically
He's better than Norm. That's what happened to Lisa. Lisa, what are you doing?
If you are walking lost in wonder, empty of self and mindful of reality, and suddenly
give me the sign of the open eye, a riddle of shadows where whispers lie. The thorny side, the maddening cry. Open, open, open. I am awake. The serpent shivers.